news where he responded to questions from Kenyans. Ruto said President Kenyatta had rejected efforts by religious leaders to hold talks with him to find a solution to their issues.
Bishops talked to me. Bishops talked to the president. And when they came back to me, I told them, I want to have a chat with my boss. He refused. He flatly refused. He refused the bishops for us to have a chat. Ask the bishops. Ask the Bishop of SEK.
Ruto said he had long endured humiliation from the president and even said that if his rivals Raila Odinga and Martha Karua had found themselves in such a situation, they would have taken action long ago.
The kind of humiliation that I have been subjected to by my boss, nobody could have taken it. I want to tell you that if it was, for example, Raila or Martha Karua, they would have done drastic things already. I am a very patient person. The record is going to bear me witness. I have resisted as much as I could to respond to my boss. Many people say, oh, William Ruto has insulted Uhuru Kenyatta. I have never insulted Uhuru Kenyatta.
He dismissed claims of Azimio that he almost slapped President Kenyatta after their victory was overturned by the Supreme Court in 2017, insisting that he has never disrespected the president. He says that the voice doing rounds is being misused by the rivals, maintaining that his goal was to make sure that the president did not boycott the 2017 re-election.
Honestly, that is figurative speech. Nobody can slap the president, surely. The point I was trying to make to this audience was the president was almost giving up. William, I don't want to continue. I want to go to Ichaweri. I told him, my friend, you are not about to do anything silly like that. That's what a genuine friend is all about. When your friend is about to give up, you must be there to support them. You must be there to encourage them. You must be there to tell them not to make the wrong decisions.
For a while now, Ruto and the president have been throwing barbs at each other in public while blaming each other, especially following the failure of Jubilee government projects. Ruto says the president forgot the agenda after the handshake with Raila Odinga. Now, Iebc continues to find itself in a tight place. This after the independent presidential candidates threatened to file a lawsuit seeking the postponement of the general election until their names are included on the ballot. Third Way Alliance Party leader Okoh says that they have now submitted their demands to the Iebc on what they say is failure by the commission to follow the law while clearing presidential candidates for the August 9th election.
An election is a process. So if you mess up in the midst of that process, you're actually messing up with the whole election. This election is already bungled.
This comes in the wake of a High Court ruling that rejected Iebc's demands that all presidential candidates must submit copies of the IDs of their supporters, saying it is illegal. Judge Anthony Mrima said the Iebc was, however, not instructed to resume the process of approving presidential candidates. The commission has already filed an appeal in court. Crispin Owiye is a lawyer for the Iebc.
But there is no such a positive order directing the commission to clear those aspirants. So the law applies moving forward, and the commission is guided. The commission has a feeling that that judgment is not sound with respect, and has filed a notice of appeal in that respect.
Still on matters, Iebc and the Commission has suspended 5 officials over the involvement in irregular voter transfer. Iebc chairperson of Chebukati stated that his office had forwarded their report to the Office of the Directorate of Public Prosecutions for further investigation into the misconduct. The 5 are said to have been involved in the irregular transfer of voters in Wajir, Kiambu, Nyeri, Uasin Gishu and Nairobi counties without following the laid-down protocols. Chebukati reiterated the Commission was committed to delivering a free, fair and credible election. He dispelled claims that he had sidelined commissioners to run the affairs of the Commission alone. And the process of choosing a new British Prime Minister has commenced after the resignation of Boris Johnson. Johnson will however stay in office until the Conservative Party chooses a new leader who will then take over as Prime Minister.
The process of choosing that new leader should begin now, and the timetable will be announced next week, and I've today appointed a cabinet to serve, as I will, until a new leader is in place. So I want to say to the millions of people who voted for us in 2019, many of them voting Conservative for the first time, and the reason I have fought so hard in the last few days to continue to deliver that mandate in person.
This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseta. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nyeri.
The following takes place between 6 a.m. and 10 a.m.
Forgiveness is always conditional. Even before God, there's nothing like unconditional forgiveness.
Government doesn't pay you pension until you retire. In fact, they have no money for you. The day you retire, they look for it.
This country is punishing many young people. These young people are more susceptible to be deceived, to be taken advantage of, and they're more susceptible to be bought off.
Let us also talk about where we want our country to go. You know, we are a population of very young people.
We're in a state of capture. The judiciary is under duress. Parliament is in the pocket of the executive. You don't sit and wait for the regime to topple itself. It will never do so.
By the way, let me tell you, these guys are so persuasive. I'm telling you, they can persuade you to sell your grandmother. I'm telling you, they can sell sand in the desert.
Ceci, has anybody on this program said to you as a guest, saying, "Oh, shut up, we don't want to be told what to do"? Has you ever that kind of... Has anybody been
I will not listen.
A bit of advice? Because you're working on the premise that we should all pay heed to these proverbs. It's a very suspect notion.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down.
Masalale. It's 8 minutes after 6. It's the 8th day of July 2022. Kenya's biggest conversation. Tuko hapa, tuko tayari to start the day. How are you doing, and welcome to Friday. Good morning, everybody. This is the Situation Room on SpiceFM and online. C.T. Muga?
Yes?
How are you?
Fine, thank you.
You well?
I am very well, thank you. Yes? And how are you?
Me, I'm fine.
Ndu, how are you well?
Yes.
Okay.
Morning.
Mm-hmm.
Are you all right, Ndu?
I am. I feel like I've swallowed cotton wool, though.
Have you?
Do I sound like I've swallowed cotton wool?
Yes. Have you?
I haven't.
I
have not. Good morning.
What is the issue?
Good morning.
My tonsils, I've decided they're growing 3 times their size.
So your tonsils are swollen? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's a thing, man.
Pole sana.
Sandy.
What's it? Is it the cold?
Not really, because, I don't know. I think every now and then there's a trigger, and so...
Do you know what the triggers are?
I don't know this one specifically.
Something you've taken?
Fortunately, I haven't taken anything out of the ordinary.
You must have taken something.
No, for real.
Hey.
I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Pole sana.
Santi. We'll see.
Pole. Are you in pain?
Very much so.
Cipladon City?
Yes. Kuishapatia yeye dawa. Ye na pona pole pole.
Yeah.
Yes.
So in another half an hour or so.
That is what I told her. In another half an hour, she'll be feeling maximum relief. But it is the pain that will have reduced.
Not the swollen
tonsils. We're dealing with symptoms. The swollen tonsillitis requires antibiotics. Ile kali kali.
Oh. Paul Sanandu. Don't worry. We're here for you.
Oh. Things that warm my heart on a cold Friday morning.
Yes. we're here. We're supposed to and everything could get.
As well as trying to sound like me. Well done, I see.
But we go out. Everything go. Okay? Be easy. Yes. Welcome, everybody. Today's conversation, we are going to have several people joining us to have several conversations. At 7 o'clock, let's talk about travel. So we know that every time we're heading into a general election, every 5-year cycle, especially in the election year, spending reduces. Spending reduces locally, and spending in terms of travel reduces. The number of visitors coming into the country reduces. Is it the same this year or is it not? Somebody who has worked in the travel industry for very many years will be joining us. He's the managing director of Hemingways Travel. His name is Dr. Joseph Kithitu. He'll be coming to tell us about the travel trends this year compared with previous election years. Are we seeing differences? Are we seeing similarities? That is at 7 o'clock. At 8 o'clock, let's have a conversation about cross-border payments. And we'll be joined by the head of retail and business banking products at Absa Bank Kenya PLC. And that is Ramona Mwari. She'll be here to talk to us about cross-border payments. You know, when you talk about cross-border payments, so you just think, well, yeah, what is it? See, you just do an EFT and the money goes. Okay, but how much does it cost? How long does it take? Can it be made easier? Are there easier ways of actually ensuring that you can send money, pay across? There's the issue of forex exchange. Do you need, for example, to buy dollars so that you then make payments across borders in dollars? Can you make payments in the same currency? All those things. Yes? Yes. So Ramona will be here with us at that time that I've told you, which is 8 a.m. to have that conversation. Finally, at 9 o'clock, we will have a conversation about health. Presidential campaigns have released their manifesto, all of them. Mwaure Wahiga, George Wajakoya, William Ruto, Raila Odinga. All of them. Can we interrogate the manifesto's promises on healthcare? And we'll be joined by a healthcare expert. The Secretary General of the Kenya Association of Private Hospitals, Dr. Timothy Olweny, will be with us at 9 o'clock for that conversation. Sawa? Sawa. Make sure you're locked in for that. Quickly, how are we doing in terms of COVID?
Okay, so 249 new cases of COVID around the country from a sample size of 2,118. That gives Kenya a positivity rate of slightly higher of 11.8%. And that's what it looks like today in the last 24 hours. And if we're looking at global numbers, 558 million, increased by about 1.5 million cases in the last 24 hours. And we're looking at an increase of this over the last, couple of days. If we're looking at what's happening around the world, so we know that Hajj began on Wednesday, and there's concern in terms of what could happen after the pilgrimage, with millions of people congregating in one place over a short period of time. So that's a concern. But we're seeing a rise of cases around the world where the world has also opened up in terms of travel. A lot of restrictions have been dropped. But still, a zero COVID policy exists for quite a number of countries, China, North Korea being some of those. So it's basically to manage what we can manage and having people be as careful as possible, trying to keep COVID under wraps.
Indeed. Let's take this break at 14 minutes after 6. We are already live streaming the show on YouTube and Facebook. If you're online, even if you're on Twitter, say hello to us. Tell us where you locked in from this morning. And we will be doing what we usually do after we take a look at the weather forecast. We will appreciate and acknowledge everybody who's online in doing our roll call.
To be Kenyan is to build bonds on shared values, beyond borders, beyond language, beyond tribe, beyond politics.
Election bila noma, penda jirani. This message is brought to you by the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, NCIC, in partnership with the Standard Group. Do you sometimes come across all this interesting and amazing content online, and before you know it, you're 10 tabs in? Or sometimes your browser refreshes itself and you lose that video or write-up you were keen on. In these moments, I bet you wish you could store this content somewhere so it's accessible to you when you need it or want to share it. Well, you can. It is as simple as putting it in your pocket. Thanks to Pocket by Mozilla, you can curate what you love, save it to your list and access it even when you're offline. It gets better. You have the option of listening to your favorite articles, and before you ask, of course you can watch video content as well as even when offline. Filter the best of the internet and download Pocket by Mozilla now. Available on iOS and Android. Stori zetu kikwetu. Africa is rapidly growing, and Merck Foundation is raising awareness about different social and health issues through fashion and art with purpose. Our Africa TV show on KTN Home will talk about issues that matter to you, such as diabetes awareness, ending child marriage, supporting girl education, and breaking infertility stigma, among other topics affecting the continent. Join Merck Foundation CEO Senator Dr. Rasha Kelej every Saturday at 5:30 p.m. as she talks to fashion designers, singers, and other personalities from across Africa. Only on KTN Home.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi at 15. We'll see highs of 20 and lows of 13. It's partly cloudy at 14. In Nakuru, highs of 25. We'll see highs of 18. In a rainy Nyeri at 13 and 13 degrees and clear in Eldoret, highs of 23 and lows of 13. It's raining in Mombasa at 24, highs of 27 and lows of 22, and mostly clear conditions in Malindi at 25. We'll go to highs of 28 and lows of 24. 18 degrees and cloudy conditions in Kisumu, highs of 28 and lows of 18, and we'll see highs of 16, highs of 27 in Kakamega with lows of 16.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
Yeah. It is 18 minutes after 6, so the tonsils are giving Ndu that thing. And we know there are very many people who are online. We'll be acknowledging you shortly as we continue with the conversations. At what time? At 18 minutes after 6 a.m. Shortly, we will look at the day's proverb with City Muga, because the proverb, you said the proverb from yesterday was from where? Lesotho?
Yes.
It's from Lesotho, right?
That's the one.
So we're still in Lesotho today, aren't we?
Yes, we are in that place.
Okay.
Right. Right. One does not follow footprints in the water.
One does not follow footprints in the water.
No.
You
can try if you wish. But
it's not easy.
Well, for you to follow footprints, they must exist.
No, that's true. That's true.
Yes.
And in the water.
And water is the mobile variety of water, see, like a river. Yes, there will be a footprint, but it will be quickly washed away.
That's true.
So there will be very little to follow.
One does not follow footprints in the water.
Yes.
Proverb from Lesotho.
Brush your teeth twice a day with Aqua Fresh Gel. The secret to long-lasting fresh breath, strong teeth, and healthy gums.
Okay, shortly before we take a look, Ednah, you could control the computer for me. Let's see who's online and acknowledge a couple of people here and there, right? Ednah, are you there? So you're there? Okay, do like that on the screen. And then we look at who is online this morning. Waibubere Mumias, Nikondani Mpango, Situation Room. That's the usual guy. Farista Muganda, welcome and good morning. Oirongo says, good morning. I'm tuned in from Ogembo, Kisii. The show is warming the cold morning. I can imagine how cold it must be in Kisii if Nairobi is like this. Hey. William Munga says, good morning. We're morning, Mr. Johnny Vigeti of Kalamashaka. Oh, no. He died at Kikuyu PCA Hospital. His producer, Ken Ring, broke the news. That's very unfortunate news. You know the group Kalamashaka City?
Yes.
Kalamashaka.
Yes, I do.
That would be very, very sad if indeed it's confirmed. Morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. TGIF, great weekend ahead in advance, and that is Professor Ondicho. Okech Veen says Kisumu Dala is locked. Andrew Franklin says good morning from Lavington. TGIF on the cusp of another long weekend. 31 days and counting to the general election. Shurage Mwai, good morning to the dynamic trio gearing up for the show from frequency 96.7. Where are you, Shurage? Abraham Lucarito already in. Hiram tuned in. Wood, Alex Wood Florence listening out of Kiwanja Ndege, Lugari constituency. What does Wood Florence mean?
Son of Florence.
Alex, son of Florence. Bewa Macha, good morning from Macha. Njenga wa Kwendela, pamoja sana. Vincent Gutu locked in. James John, this is awesome. My favorite radio station. Kenya, I'm tuned in from Kisumu, home of Jadong Muga. Yes? It's true, right? Well, yeah. We're seeing all of you who are locked in this morning. Very good morning to you. Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversations. Shall we look at the newspaper headlines? www.standardmedia.co.ke. Premium content. Yesterday was Sabasaba, and the Standard is now serializing a couple of stories just to commemorate those who are involved in the Sabasaba and the push for the second liberation. Today they have a story, and they're saying the hunt for more Kenya dissidents. No effort was spared to capture and jail them. Who were more Kenya dissidents, City?
Well, essentially, they were people who were determined to protest the one-party rule and the draconian manner in which that one-party rule was put into effect. Yes. And a lot of their work was through literature, simply writing, alerting, speaking, and informing people about the atrocities that were being committed, and also talking about the rights that were due to them.
Did they call themselves More Kenya, or were they branded More Kenya?
I'm not really sure, because I actually think they were branded More Kenya. Yes. And all you needed to have done in those days is to have voiced an opinion that was contrary to the government and for it to be heard. And suddenly, you are More Kenya.
So basically, More Kenya then became synonymous with
subversive elements who opposing the government.
Yes.
If by chance you happen to be found with a book written by someone like Karl Marx, More Kenya.
We were in More Kenya.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anything that seemed to mitigate and clamor for freedoms and rights,
yes.
More Kenya.
More Kenya straight.
Yes.
As long as it was anything that was some illicit writing.
And the person who made that decision was the arresting
officer.
Yes, Kabisa. They decided this must be More Kenya. It's the first time I actually encountered a situation where courts would be held at night.
Court sessions.
Night.
You are arrested.
You are arrested, taken to court at night, jailed.
Yes.
In fact, it was like a guarantee.
Yeah.
Just a processing plant. Court, court, done. Okay, everyone, why did you just take them to committee directly?
Straight.
Because, yes.
Or have the judge in committee, just waiting for them.
Precisely. But it wasn't a pleasant time. And then there were two places. There was Nyaga House and there was Nyati House. Nyati House was where the special branch, as we then call them, what we now call NIS, were supposedly stationed. And the conversation I had with people who were taken to Nyati House, if you're in the university, that people found me in the university, they would pick you up around 1 or 2. Never before. Yes, 2. You'd be away for an hour, so then they'd be brought back. Now, you knew somebody had been taken to Nyati House because of the effect. The day before, they were fiery and speaking, talking democracy and talking freedoms. The following day, let's say they were picked on Friday, Saturday, morning prayers at the college chapel. They are there. People who never attend chapel don't even pretend to have any religious bone in them. And suddenly they're very quiet, very peaceful, not vocal. I remember talking to one colleague and asking him what happened. He told me, my friend, they gave me a file. Were you beat? He said, no one beat me. They just gave me a file and I read. Said, it detailed my activities for the day. Said, you know my girlfriend who is in this and this hall? I said, yes. It even detailed the day, that whole week. I went to her place. The time I left, he said he thought, now, where were these people observing me from? She said, if they're observing me this closely, then the person decided that enough was enough. They stopped agitating. Actually, when you graduated, that person just got lost. I don't know where they went to.
Wow.
They didn't die, because I would have heard. Yeah. But it was scary. Very, very scary for most people. And that's all they did. Now, there was also rumors that in those days, there were special branch people always in college. There were people who somehow never completed their courses.
Yeah. He's a constant student.
When you come in as an undergraduate, you'll see them. Should you come for a master's, you'll still see them doing undergraduate work. And you wonder, but this person, how come they never finish the exams? Now, those were rumors. I never met.
Encountered such.
No, they were pointed out to, but I didn't pay heed to it. All I'm saying is, you needed to be very careful about what you said in those days. You didn't dare.
So Mokenya was mostly about written material.
It was written.
And it was illicit written material. It was adjudged to be illicit.
Yes, right? It was adjudged to be, yes.
And that is why then, when people talk about cheating in exams, they call it Mokenya. Illegal piece of writing. What you shouldn't be having in the exam room. Yes.
Eric, it's a good thing the Standard are doing this serialization, because there's a generation who have no clue.
Yep.
They just enjoy these freedoms and see it for what they are, and they assume they somehow freedoms come from the sky.
Yep.
People died. Literally died. There's a gentleman who was a student leader called Adungosi at the University of Nairobi, after me. Oh, there are rumors he was killed because he died under very uncertain circumstances, but he wasn't the only one. Some people would be taken to torture chambers and would never survive. They would come out alive, but somehow you're not quite the same.
Others would just die in some very mysterious... There was a student at the University of Nairobi, Kikuyu campus, who... What was his name? Mururi.
Yes.
Fire in his hostel.
Died.
He died. She died.
Believe me, they were very dark and very terrible times. They were not pleasant. It's just that human beings have this capacity for adapting and getting used to it. But these freedoms we now enjoy were fought for. People died, people bled for them, and they didn't come easy. So when people take them for granted, they're doing the freedoms and the fight. They're doing a great disservice to those who actually gave their time, their lives, and suffered for it to bring what we now have.
Indeed. Yes. You want to read more about this and the Mokenya days? The Hunt for Mokenya Dissidents is a story inside Standard Online, www.standardmedia.co.ke. They'll ask you to register. It's all right. Just create an account, register, and then you have access to all this premium content. The headlines. The standard headline today is Polls, no reverse gear. IEBC engages higher gear as it receives the first batch of ballot papers. They answer Raila on use of manual register as Azimio leader walks back on his threat to boycott elections. Pages 6 and 7. Those are like three headlines condensed into one. What's the headline in the Star City?
Ballot papers delivery splits IEBC top brass.
Splits.
Chebukati insists commission united reading from the same script. Some commissioners say ballot papers were brought clandestinely into the country without their knowledge.
Some commissioners? Were they at the JKA?
Do they work for the IEBC?
You know, I am reading what is written. Please just so that we understand.
But tell us which commissioners. This is an interesting one.
You think it's an interesting story? Why don't we look at some other issue?
Then you'll tell us about that one.
Then I will give you in details.
Okay.
Yes, because it's a really long story.
Headline in the Nation?
The chaos at IEBC, 10 questions for Wafula Chebukati. No official gazettement of candidates, no communication on the award of crucial tenders, no notification on the start of printing of ballots, and no publication of important notices in the electoral process. The IEBC is gathering censure and condemnation as it rolls towards August 9th. And the big question in the minds of many Kenyans, who is running this place?
Guy. I don't like this thing. I don't like it at all. Because... when you have all these questions being raised left, right, and center, some of them are legitimate, some of them could easily be answered. Some of them could be because of whatever, operational challenges and this and the other.
But the silence doesn't help.
The point is that you are actually creating this whole narrative that the IEBC is not prepared to conduct an election in 30 days.
But the silence on behalf of on the part of the IEBC is not helping matters.
But they were speaking. They were at the airport. Chebukati spoke.
In one voice.
The Commissioner Abdigulier was speaking to the KEPSA. The CEO was speaking. The Vice Chairperson and Commissioner Wanderi was speaking.
See, Eric, you can speak. You can speak from now until midnight. But are you speaking on the issues for which people are raising matters?
Yes, everybody is raising an issue. Every day you answer this one, a new one crops.
It's okay. Answer it. Because this whole election
That's what they're doing.
Your hand.
And the thing is, you ask a question now and you want the answer now before you've even given it to the IEBC.
All right. Since now is the issue. Now, let me tell you about this issue now.
Now. Split down the middle.
Yes, because I was trying to look and see if indeed there's mention of any specific...
commissioners were split.
No. The issue here seems to be the message was received at night. Let me quote one
reading the story. Okay? Which message was received at night?
Right. On Thursday, there were reports some commissioners were unaware of the arrival of the first batch of ballot papers until the last minute. But at a press conference, Chebukati denied claims that there were any differences. He said decisions have been arrived at unanimously, and in cases where there have been minority opinion, the concerns have been taken care of. The commissioners were all there. Asked them to say whether they were not informed of the arrival of ballot papers. Management informs us last night at 8 a.m. and I informed the commissioners.
Okay.
Now, to confirm this, Commissioner Juliana Cherera says, I got a call from the chairman towards 9 p.m. informing me that the papers would arrive today. We were to all attend the KEPSA meeting, but changed so that some of us could leave to the airport to receive the papers. What I find puzzling about this story is, so why was it a last-minute call? Was there doubt as to whether
the flight would take off?
Yes, or the ballot papers had been loaded? What is that? By the way, isn't covered in this article. There's no way it indicates that. But what it does point to, in my opinion, is there is some unease within the ranks of the commissioners. Yes. There's something they're not happy about, but no one is coming out to say it. What I don't understand, what brought this about, and the mentions are not made, I'll read it, but a senior official at the commission told the Star they were not aware of the arrival of the first batch of ballot papers from the Greek printer Inform Lycos. You see? Somebody called the Star and told the Star. When contacted by the Star, a member of the team said it was true they got word about arrival of the ballot papers a few hours to touch down at JKIA.
Okay.
Yes, it is true that most commissioners did not know until last night. So they did know, but it was last night. Okay? So how, again, why? What happened?
So are you saying that the Secretariat is the one that was doing all these things without the knowledge of the Commission?
That's the impression that is given, because the Commissioner, the Chairman himself states...
The Chairman received a call from the CEO,
yes,
who was the Secretary of the Commission.
Yes, exactly.
Told him, flight ndio imekuja.
Yes, exactly.
Haya,
wacha
nipigie commissioners.
Yes, so he called the commissioners. Now, again, you ask yourself...
is that really how it's working?
Does it make sense to you? Now, you see, this is what now fans the flames of doubt. Okay? Now, they further go to explain that, but look, the press knew and they were in attendance. Yes, we know that.
But they were called also at night.
Yes, exactly. We understand all that. That's not the issue here. Are you telling me that something as crucial as this, there's a hit and miss issue about it where we're not sure the flight is there? What do you mean?
It's a permanent commission. If the ballot papers were being loaded on a certain date, the commission should be knowing. On this day, they leave the printing press. On this day, they go into the warehouse. On this day, they leave the warehouse. They get to the airport. They come aboard this flight. They arrive at JKIA on this day. From there, they go to this. The commissioners, they're few. And they are the bosses of this commission. They should have that detail. like this.
You know, Eric, the thing
can be called in the middle of the night. Oh, by the way, ndege imekaa, come.
This is not something that is being donated. It is something you've paid for.
Exactly.
And even what was being donated in the form of COVID vaccines, we knew. We were even told it'll be arriving in a week's time.
So there's validation for those who say there's chaos at IEBC.
Yes, they are lending themselves to that conversation.
Yeah.
I think
they're not making
how
it
they're
easier to explain it
because
away.
It's improbable that commissioners do not know who's printing and the timetable of arrival.
One could argue it's almost impossible.
Yeah, buana.
You have an election which has a timeline.
And the ballots are arriving in the country and you had no idea.
You don't know.
I'm sorry.
No.
Wongo.
This is where we say, try another one.
Come on.
Anyway, remember, you can save a lot of content that you want to consume later. So you come across content online. You know, as you're scrolling, you find a link. If you're on your WhatsApp group, someone shares some very interesting article or some very interesting link to a video or podcast, and you're like, this looks interesting. I don't read it later. You can actually save it on your Pocket. Pocket by Mozilla is an app which helps you curate and manage your own content. So you download it from Apple App Store and Google Play Store. And once you save it, then you'll be able to access it even offline. Okay? Say you're somewhere, there's intermittent internet network, you can still listen to your podcast, you can still watch your video, you can still read your content. Okay? And that's the joy about having Pocket by Mozilla. Nothing like having a browser with 17. You know, like I keep looking at my browsers. I have Safari and I have Chrome. I go to my Safari sometimes and I'm like, my God, I have 12 different tabs open. And then I go to my, this is too much. It's too much. It's too much.
Eric has tabs.
I'm keeping tabs on things.
Tabs, Baba.
Communications Authority makes sure that we have access to internet and we have access to communication and communication devices throughout. They are the regulators of the communication sector. 23 minutes to 7. Are you able to do traffic? Cindy, you'll try? You'll give it a try. Okay.
Wait. Have you seen the message I've sent you? I always knew they can never be trusted, these guys.
Okay, I've seen it, but where did you get that information from?
Someone forwarded me the message and they say they got it from a very reliable source. I can never lie to you.
Okay, but what are these sources?
Sasa, now you want to interrogate me and I'm just forwarding as received. Wait, majameneni. Don't shoot the messenger. Me, I'm telling you.
How do you separate the truth from the lies and facts from opinion? The election season is a period where violence, votes, and many other incidents can be influenced or triggered by a news item. When was the last time you questioned the validity of the news you saw on social media, WhatsApp, tabloids, or blogs? Where do you go to fact-check what you see or hear? Fumbua is a groundbreaking collaborative journalism project designed to tackle misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation ahead of the Kenyan elections in 2022. For more information and updates, follow Fumbua Kenya on Facebook, at Fumbua KE on Twitter, or fumbua.ke on Instagram.
Standard Group's Farm Kenya initiative is the umbrella entity for all agriculture-related channels, activities and investments. The media platforms under the Farm Kenya initiative include the Smart Harvest Weekly Pullout in the Saturday Standard, KTN Farmers TV, a 24-hour agribusiness TV station, Maisha Kilimo, a weekly agriculture show on Radio Maisha, AgriTalk on SpiceFM's morning show The Situation Room, and Grind na Agribiz on Vibes Radio morning show Morning Vibes. Find us online at www.farmers.co.ke, an integrated website that creates and aggregates agri-content, hosts a digital marketplace, and wide range of agri-data. Other platforms include specialized events such as the annual Mkulima Expo, quarterly Farmers Kenya Breakfast, and dedicated social media platforms at Farm Kenya 254. Farm Kenya, working to secure your growth.
Guess what? Cold Stone Creamery has amazing deals for you to indulge every day. This month, enjoy deals on 2 cups of creamy delicious ice cream from as low as 600 shillings and ice cream cakes from as low as 1,800 shillings. Visit any of our stores in Nairobi or Mombasa and indulge. Cold Stone Creamery, the ultimate ice cream experience.
Are you looking for employment and are tired of sending job applications without any response? Gone with no response? Tarmacking is now a thing of the past thanks to Skiza. Dial star 811 star 1 star 21 hash and subscribe to a ringback tune that reflects your qualifications only for 1.5 bob a day. And your callers will know your credentials.
A bit of traffic here and there on Langata Road, and some coming off Uhuru Highway, then into the city, joining with that Haile Selassie roundabout, Jogo Road. A little bit of traffic here and there. Hasn't really started. Even at a few minutes after 6:30, it doesn't look like it's going to be too much of a crazy Friday. The Pangani underpass coming off the Thika Superhighway is where you see the most of it today. And then coming out of Westlands as well. We're seeing some traffic. State House Road, not quite sure what's happening there, but quite a lot of traffic, and it looks like in and outbound traffic as you make your way through and out then to Riverside and then Chiromo. So just keeping an eye on that for you. Coming off Wayaki Way, some traffic. James Gishuru is not looking too bad. So doesn't look too bad this Friday. Just wait and see what happens. Hopefully we don't get bombarded by traffic at a later hour, but we'll keep an eye on things. Help us out as well. SpiceFM KE on Twitter, talk to us there, and we'll try and keep things moving this morning.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. SpiceFM.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
It's 18 minutes to 7.
Done right.
Yes. You know, there is a timetable and a countdown for everything, but also there are details that people need to know. People here being the citizens of Kenya who are preparing to vote.
Okay.
The Star has actually outlined it very nicely. The headline is how Iebc will identify voters at the polling stations. The primary role will be the digital register. Primary principle. Voters will be required to produce national IDs or passports. Okay? Any of the 10 fingers will be placed on the Kim's kit. Any 10 fingers. What if you don't have 10? Anyway.
Oh, wow.
Any.
Wow.
Do you have one?
I'm being facetious.
Okay.
If biometric identification fails, ID or passport number will be entered into the device, meaning manually.
Yes.
4, 7, 8, 25, 3, 30, 60, 95, like that. Okay? Details of the voter will then pop up. Okay?
On the Kim's kit.
Yes, the ID tends to do that for you. Clerk will then check screen to confirm that the voter and the image displayed are the same. This one is always tricky because one, like the picture I have was a picture of myself some many years ago when I was
when you were G2.
Yes, I was a much younger person.
Yeah.
So anyway, and I also didn't wear glasses.
Right.
Okay, so equal you just mentioning. Okay, right. Then if kit fails, good thinking. Should it fail, a spare one will be used.
A spare kit.
Yes, meaning they have a spare. But there's no story about what happens if the spare fails. So watch it.
Another spare will be
okay,
found.
now, however, actually it does. If all kits fail, okay, then the manual register will be used. So the manual register and the story, this one is done and dusted.
Okay.
It will be there.
Okay, so.
The issue, though, is not yet completely closed. Okay?
Why not?
Because Commissioner Abdi Gulier of the IEBC says they will use the digital register because the manual one is prone to misuse. Now, before I even get to that story, you see that process of you go to the clerk, and then you put any of your 10 fingers. It identifies you. That's it. If the fingers identify you, that's it. Okay? There is no entering the ID. The moment they have to enter the ID, a form has to be filled by the presiding officer to indicate why they are going to the alphanumeric method of identifying a voter.
Yes.
because it should be one biometric identification to know it is you. It is you.
It is you.
It is you when you are younger. It is you when you are today. Same. Okay? If they have to use the ID, it's because either the kit is not reading ID, your thumbnails or your fingerprints on any of your
or there's
fingers,
dust on it, or the whatever.
or maybe something has happened and your fingerprints are no longer
what they were before.
Identifiable. Okay?
They could
So
have
then
worn
they
out.
have to fill out the form. We have tried, attempted X number of times, and this is why we are resorting to using alphanumeric to identify these voters. So that you don't just go and collect IDs and come and enter them, and you say voter Ndu has come in when you have actually stolen voter Ndu's ID. Okay? Now, Commissioner Gulia says the commission arrived at the decision to use the digital register based on the Supreme Court judgment of 2017 to the effect that the primary register to be used in an election is the digital register. He was responding to concerns raised during a stakeholder forum between the Commission and the Kenya Private Sector Alliance and Kenya Daima in Nairobi yesterday. He said the Commission is abiding by a Court of Appeal ruling in 2017 as a result of people going to court from a contest on manual and digital registers at the time. In 2017, NASA went to court seeking orders to overturn a High Court ruling that found that the Commission had provided complementary voter identification mechanisms. On Wednesday, Azimio presidential candidate Raila Odinga demanded that IEBC uses the manual register alongside the electronic one or else boycott the polls. But you see what the IEBC is arguing here is think of a scenario where, okay, so the whole process is you have a complementary system to identify the voter.
Yeah.
IEBC has been saying we'll have a KIMS kit, but this KIMS kit will have a flash disk. The register of voters in this particular polling station will be on the flash disk. You insert the flash disk onto the KIMS kit. If the KIMS kit fails, take another KIMS kit, insert the same flash disk.
Yeah.
Okay? If all those things fail, now we are at a point where clearly
We have no choice.
because this is our primary. They're arguing against using a manual register because imagine a place where, let's say, this is Wajakoya zone. Okay, let's be realistic. So this is a Raila Odinga zone, okay? Deep somewhere in Raila Odinga zone or deep somewhere in William Ruto zone, where people are not agreed on who they are going to vote for, MCA, MP, governor, blah, 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 but they are all in agreement that Ruto or Raila is our presidential candidate. Agents in the room, returning officer or presiding officer in the room is a villager. Everybody knows tunapatia nani? Tunatafuta kura ya baba ama tunatafuta kura ya Ruto. So at 4-5 p.m. when voters stop coming in and you're now looking at the register, you've crossed out, you can see, hey, we have some 20 people who have not come.
Yeah.
All of us can collude and say, where? Tuangaze baba kura hapa.
You can agree.
So you
as
cross
yourselves.
out the digital, the manual register.
Saying nobody has come.
Saying these people have come.
Have come, okay.
When they actually
have
haven't
not.
come. And then you actually cast the ballot, the votes for Ruto or Raila in the stronghold. IEBC is saying, to avoid that, we want to make sure that only human beings who turn up at the polling station are going
Which is
to
understandable.
cast the ballot.
But the problem is, people are looking at, those who raised issue are saying, what happens in the event that this system fails? What are you going to do? We can understand that you want to avoid it because of these problems that have been raised. But then what will you do should the technology not agree with you?
But see, the technology not agreeing is basically saying the flash disk has died. There's a spare flash. Or saying the KIMS kit has died. There's a spare kit.
You know,
we are broadcasting today, right?
Yes,
all the music, all the commercials that we play are in a hard
system.
drive somewhere in a system. What happens should this system fail? There's a backup system. And a backup to the backup system.
So IEBC is allaying fear, saying, look, we've backed this thing up, we're all right.
That's what they're saying.
That's what they're saying.
Yeah.
The same people who said they didn't know that plane was coming yesterday.
By the way, these biometrics kits are actually fairly resilient.
Yeah.
Depending on what you buy. They're very rarely. But it just bolsters the confidence of the voter when they know that in the unlikely event, because there's always that unlikely event.
To know there's something.
Yes. That's really what it's for. But this equipment...
nobody fail.
Very difficult.
How do you assuage the voter from that other concern?
That's the thing. That's where you have to have standby. Just like you have standby generator. This one.
Like you too.
Standby.
Standby of the standby.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Oh, it's an interesting one. I have a story I want to tell you.
Please.
And this one is not yet in the papers, but it is in, our friends at the DCI?
Yes.
Yes. I want to read you a story from the DCI. This one is a nice one. DCI, just when I was going to open it, then it just goes away.
Give it time.
Okay, it has opened. 8 hours ago, this is yesterday, a report from the Directorate of Criminal Investigations. Medical student kidnaps self to obtain money from parents.
Nice.
Good.
A 23-year-old medical student at Makinde Medical Training College is in custody at Kayole Police Station after he staged his own kidnapping to milk money from his parents. Edwin Kamau disappeared last Sunday. Edwin Kamau disappeared last Sunday before he blocked his father and called his mother, claiming to have been kidnapped. He told her that his kidnappers wanted a ransom of 70,000 shillings to set him free before he hung up on her. His distraught parents reported the matter to the police, who immediately launched a manhunt for the kidnappers. However, the calls persisted, with Kamau telling his mother that his kidnappers were on the verge of eliminating him. Determined to secure the life of their son, they sent 10,000 bob yesterday via mobile money and an additional 40,000 bob today. So the yesterday was they sent 10,000 bob on Wednesday and 40,000 bob yesterday.
To which number?
To the kidnapper's number. To their son's number. Immediately Kamau received the initial 10,000 bob. He went to a club in Thika to irrigate his throat and make merry in the company of a babe that he had met.
Okay.
And as fate would have it, this particular babe, the woman turned out to be a Pishori administrator who laced his drink with an unknown substance and stole the cash.
Pishori administrator. Mchele.
That 10,000 bob from the mother, gone. Yesterday, after regaining control of his faculties, he called again and his parents sent a further 40,000 bob, which he withdrew and secured in his shoes. By this time, detectives had closed in on him.
40,000 in his shoes?
Yes. And socks.
It can't work, but it'll go on.
By this time, detectives had closed in on him. Upon questioning, Kamau said that he had squandered money meant for his last semester's school fees and was wondering how he would raise money in order to sit for his exams, hence the fake story. He further disclosed that he had been kidnapped alongside 2 other students whose parents had already paid their ransoms. Detectives recovered 38,000 shillings from the student, who is now in custody at Kayole Police Station.
So, the police found the kidnapper.
Yes. And the kidnapper said, I'm not even the only one who's running this game. My 2 other buddies, they did the same and their parents sent money.
Good. So now, they will receive a scholarship.
10 G's goes to Thika to irrigate his throat, finds good company. Good company happens to be the worst company.
Good company makes good.
Good company makes good.
Money evaporates.
10K gone.
Mm-hmm.
Following day, he has 40 G's. He's like, hey, this one, I'll hide it in my shoes.
People are watching too much TV.
That guy is watching some really, socks. Okay.
Okay. And were you able to tell us a story?
Yes, I can tell you the story of Bojo. Okay, gripped the headlines yesterday. British PM Boris Johnson rode his luck throughout his career, according to the front page of The Nation today, bouncing back from a succession of setbacks and scandals that would have sunk other less popular politicians. But the luck of a man once likened to a greased piglet for his ability to escape controversies has finally run out after a slew of high-profile resignations from his governments. Carry page 2 and 3. Brexit to exit, the rise and fall of UK's Boris Johnson. The departure of cabinet, big hitters like Rishi Sunak as finance minister and Sajid Javid as health secretary Tuesday weakened the under pressure prime minister just as he needed allies the most. His expected departure Thursday after a tidal wave of resignations from his top team comes just 3 years after he took over from Theresa May in an internal Conservative leadership contest. He called a snap general election that December, winning the biggest Tory parliamentary majority since the heyday of Margaret Thatcher in the 1980s. That allowed him to unblock years of political paralysis after the 2016 Brexit vote to take Britain out of the European Union in January 2020. But he has faced criticism since, from his handling of the coronavirus pandemic to allegations of corruption, cronyism, double standards and duplicity. Some drew parallels between his governing style and his chaotic private life of 3 marriages, at least 7 children, and rumours of a host of affairs. Johnson's former Daily Telegraph colleague suggested that Sunak and Javid may have realised that she and others had met before them. The closer you get to him, the less you like him, and the less you can trust him, she told Sky News. He really does not let everyone down. And at every point, he really does mislead you. So it's interesting on the downfall of somebody. Isn't it interesting that when somebody is just going through, going down, everybody will bring out their negative experience, jumping out of the woodwork. Alexander Boris Defifel Johnson, just in case you didn't know those are his full names, had a controversial rise to power from a Conservative politician, first the elite Eton College and then Oxford University. At Eton, his teachers bemoaned his cavalier attitude to his studies and the sense he gave that he should be treated as an exception. Johnson's apparent attitude that rules were for other people was amply demonstrated in 2006 when he inexplicably rugby tackled an opponent in a charity game of football. His elastic relationship with the truth was forged at Oxford.
And the opponent was a kid.
Yes, a child. His elastic relationship with the truth was forged at Oxford, where he was president of the Oxford Union, a debating society founded on rhetoric and repartee rather than mastery of cold, hard facts. His privileged cohort in the backstabbing den of student politics provided many leading Brexiteers. Soon after Oxford, he married his first wife, fellow student Allegra Owen, despite her mother's misgivings. I didn't like the fact that he was on the right, according to his mother, or rather her mother. And she was quoted saying that Johnson's, but above all, I didn't like his character. For him, the truth does not exist. So this is what everybody's saying, that, you know, he had a...
And they didn't know all this when they
This is what I'm saying.
Minister.
When you're going downhill is when suddenly people have stones to throw.
Stories will come.
Before that, everybody just kind of, romancing you. But
now,
the
point of the matter is that the man has risen to the highest office in the land.
Despite all this.
Despite all these things that we say.
What does it tell you about the people who elected? Remember, he got his country out of the what? The EU. How's that working out?
And he was flip-flopping. He actually was at some point saying getting out of the EU would be the worst thing that Britain can do. And then saying getting out of the EU would be good. So he was just weighing his sides. He saw Brexit is looking like it's going to win and it doesn't have a solid leader. Jumped onto that side. He became one of the leaders. Brexit won. He wanted to be prime minister. At that point, he didn't get it. Theresa May got it. Then he got her out. He got it.
He got it.
So now
he's special.
Now he's got it.
That thing that he was saying while he was at Eton and
started
Oxford.
as a rouser and then got into Oxford.
He's special.
But by the way, if we were to go by that article, what is clear is that he was running the government in the same way he conducted himself when he was at Oxford.
Yes. His school relationships, his family relationships.
Time for the news. Yes. Kenya's biggest conversation. Good morning. It's 7 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is Newsone Dennis Aseto. UDA presidential flag bearer William Ruto now claims that President Uhuru Kenyatta was the main cause of tensions between them. Speaking in town hall meeting by KTN News where he responded to questions from Kenyans, Ruto said President Kenyatta had rejected efforts by religious leaders to hold talks with him to find a solution to their issues.
Bishops talked to me. Bishops talked to the president. And when they came back to me, I told them, I want to have a chat with my boss. He refused. He flatly refused. He refused the bishops for us to have a chat. You know, ask the bishops. Ask the Bishop of SEK.
Ruto said he had long endured humiliation from the president and even said that if his rivals Raila Odinga and Martha Karua had found themselves in such a situation, they would have taken action a long time ago.
The kind of humiliation that I have been subjected to by my boss, nobody could have taken it. I want to tell you that if it was, for example, Raila or Martha Karua, they would have done drastic things already. I am a very patient person. The record is going to bear me witness. I have resisted as much as I could to respond to my boss. Many people say, oh, William Ruto has insulted Uhuru Kenyatta. I have never insulted Uhuru Kenyatta.
He dismissed claims of Azimio that he almost slapped President Kenyatta after the victory was overturned by the Supreme Court in 2017, insisting that he has never disrespected his boss. He says that the voice doing round is being misused by their rivals, maintaining that his goal was to make sure the president did not boycott the re-election in 2017.
Honestly, I mean, that is figurative speech. Nobody can slap the president, surely. The point I was trying to make to this audience was the president was almost giving up. You know, William, I don't want to continue. Me, I want to go to Ichaweri. You know, I told him, my friend, you know, you are not about to do anything silly like that. You know, I mean, that's what a genuine friend is all about. You know, when your friend is about to give up, you must be there to support them. You must be there to encourage them. You must be there to tell them not to make the wrong decisions.
For a while now, Ruto and the president have been throwing babs at each other in public while blaming each other, especially following the failure of the Jubilee government projects. Ruto says the president forgot the agenda after the handshake with Raila Odinga. Now, Iebc continues to find itself in a tight place. This after the independent presidential candidates threatened to file a lawsuit seeking the postponement of the general election until their names are included on the ballot. Led by Third Way Alliance Party leader Okoh, they say that they have now submitted their demands to the Iebc on what they say is failure by the Commission to follow the law while clearing presidential candidates for the August 9th elections.
An election is a process. So if you mess up in the midst of that process, you're actually messing up with the whole election. This election is already bungled.
This comes in the wake of a High Court ruling that rejected Iebc's demands that all presidential candidates must submit copies of the IDs of their supporters, saying it is illegal. Judge Anthony Mrima said the Iebc was, however, not instructed to resume the process of approving presidential candidates. The Commission has already filed an appeal with the court. Crispin Owie is lawyer for the Commission.
But there is no such a positive order directing the Commission to clear those aspirants. So the law applies moving forward, and the Commission is guided. The Commission has a feeling that that judgment is not sound with respect, and has filed a notice of appeal in that respect.
And the Iebc has suspended 5 officials over their involvement in irregular voter transfer. Iebc chairperson Afula Chebukati stated that his office had forwarded this report to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions for further investigations into the misconduct. The 5 are said to have been involved with the irregular transfer of voters in Wajir, Kiambu, Nyeri, Uasin Gishu and Nairobi counties without following laid-down protocols. Now, process of choosing a new British Prime Minister has commenced after the resignation of Boris Johnson. Johnson will, however, stay in office until the Conservative Party chooses a new leader who will then take over as Prime Minister.
The process of choosing that new leader should begin now, and the timetable will be announced next week. And I've today appointed a cabinet to serve, as I will, until a new leader is in place. So I want to say to the millions of people who voted for us in 2019, many of them voting Conservative for the first time. And the reason I have fought so hard in the last few days to continue to deliver that mandate in person was not just because I wanted to do so, but because I felt it was my job, my duty, my obligation to you to continue to do what we promised in 2019.
I'm Dennis Assetto. Good morning.
The news on SpiceFM is brought to you by the Communications Authority of Kenya. The Communications Authority of Kenya, opening your world.
SpiceFM, Nakuru. This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down.
It's 7 minutes after 7. Good morning and welcome to the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation. This is the Situation Room. We are live on SpiceFM, on YouTube, on Facebook, and www.spicefm.co.ke. We have a guest in the studio. We'll be talking about travel trends post-COVID and into the general election. Before we do that, we have the day's proverb.
Good morning, boys and girls.
The proverb of the day is brought to you by Aqua Fresh Gel.
One does not follow footprints in the water.
One does not follow footprints in the water. This is a proverb from?
It is written Lesotho. It is pronounced by others as Lesotho. The other is pronounced as Lesotho. So long as you understand that it's that country bang in the middle of South Africa, and we are good.
That's it, eh?
Yes.
How big is that country, though?
How
is it the size?
How tiny is the country?
Yeah.
It would qualify not as a country, it should be called a principality. No insult meant to the kingdom. I'm simply saying that
comparatively,
yeah, it is small, and this is one of the outcomes of apartheid. Where
it's only 30,000 kilometers squared.
When I say it's a principality,
so what is that?
Okay.
30,000. Okay, so what's that?
Is
that Nairobi? Is that Kiambu? Is that Tana River?
Baba, what do you multiply by another to give you 30,000?
Okay, so let me tell you, Kenya is 582,000 kilometers squared.
Okay.
But you haven't actually
really helped.
No, you haven't helped.
Just do a comparative
You've just moved
analysis.
from 30,000 to 500,000. So please, okay, let me explain.
The square root of 30,000. Who knows?
Now you've confused it even further. It
You're
is small.
asking me what you used to calculate to get to 30,000 square.
So it's about a 20th of the size of Kenya.
Why are you muddying the waters like this?
20th of the size
Okay.
of Kenya. Do you know the size of Samburu?
It's 20 times larger than Kenya. Kenya is 20 times larger than Lesotho.
Okay. So
let's
just leave it.
It's smaller than Nakuru County.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's leave it like that. So it's like Naivasha.
Bigger than the Gambia, which is 15,000.
Right.
Sawa.
Sawa.
Tumemaliza hiyo?
Tumemaliza.
Okay.
Brush your teeth twice a day with Aqua Fresh Gel.
Okay, so let's talk travel now that we've been in Lesotho and the size and all. Dr. Joseph Kithitu is the managing director of Express Hemingways Travel.
Yes.
And he's here with us in the studio. Dr. Kithitu, good morning and welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Morning, Eric. Thank you.
It's good to have you here. That is called the hot seat where you're occupying. And since Hemingways Travel is a company that deals with travel. You'll tell us what you do about travel and whether you actually take people to Lesotho or people from Lesotho come to Kenya, and whether they ever tell you about the languages that they speak in Lesotho. Who is Hemingways Travel?
Thank you, indeed, Eric and the team. Indeed, Hemingways Travel is a travel management company, basically dealing with travel planning, and this travel is on a global perspective. Air travel arrangement, hotel reservations, giving air transfer services from the airport, and visas and insurance. Basically, giving whole package solution to the travel. In the Hemingways Travel group, basically, we have the Hemingways Travel, which is a travel business, and we're ahead as the managing director.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's talk about when you hear a company like that, and then you hear travel. So the travel, you think about different things. There's travel agent. There's a
travel advisor.
There's other travel. So are you all those things? Who's a travel agent?
Yes, that's a good one. And you're not the first one to ask this one. That word has moved over time, and especially with the COVID. The travel agent, the travel arranger, the travel consulate has become an expert in travel. Basically has become an advisor as a source of information for giving safety net for travel. So this has become bigger. It's become a partner, not just giving you a ticket and letting you go. It's making sure you are safe and you have a safety net that you can now travel safely. That is a travel agent or a travel partner, so to say.
So you do like a 360, not just, I don't just have to call you and say, I want to travel to Lesotho. Can you get me a ticket, the cheapest flights to Lesotho and the best timings? You do more than that?
Indeed, we do more than that, as I've said. In fact, we do a 360 service. And this 360 service, speak the Lesotho you are mentioning here, we do all the touch points. We pick you, we organize you we do a transfer ticket, first a ticket for you. We're able to organize all your traveling documentations for you. We're able to advise you. With this day and age, you need to be very clear what are all the requirements or conditions of that location you are going. We give you that information. And then we now, all that has been ticked the boxes and all the documentations are in place. We pick you from your residence. We take you to the airport. We check you in. We let you fly. We receive you at the other end. And we organize your travel in a peaceful manner.
Okay. Now, the question I asked you off air, so now I'll ask you on air. Are you associated with the other Hemingway outfits? In Watamu, there's one in Karen somewhere, I believe.
Thank you, Muga. Indeed, we are associated. Initially, we used to operate as Express Travel Group. And that question used to come in every now and then. So we rebranded ourselves to Hemingways Travel, basically aligning the brand repositioning. So we have the Hemingways Group, which basically has Hemingways Hotels and Hemingways Travel. And within the group, I'm the Chief Operating Officer. Within the Hemingways Travel, I'm the Managing Director. So we have one clear proposition, value proposition to our customers.
So essentially, let me get this right. Huh?
Yes.
You not only organize travel, but you even have the capacity to provide the destination.
Quite right. We do provide destination from two perspectives.
Yes.
From our own properties and from the properties of others, not just only our properties. So we actually have a specified arm of business called Hemingways Expedition, which basically is a subsidiary within the group that deals with destination management. So we can take you to our properties, we can take you even to other properties and make you your journey and your travel complete.
Could you please explain a little bit about destination management?
Yes. What destination management is a terminology that has been used basically to arrange safaris and touring. It's coming to the local perspective, you know. So, and we see it from destination. Actually, the word destination is used from inbound, incoming. You know, you're outside the country, you want to come to Kenya, you want to enjoy it. So I want, that is a destination. I want to go to Masai Mara. It's a destination. I want to go to Mombasa. So you are being taken through that process, and that's what we call a destination management.
So you advise. So I want to come to Kenya and I want to experience the country.
Yes.
You're the ones who will tell me, okay, so we can give you a beach experience, we can give you a bush experience, we can give you a cultural experience, we can give you a culinary experience, and all those things now you curate together.
Yes, we are, so to say, we are like doctors in terms of that space. we treat you because you want leisure, you want to enjoy. And in that space, we provide that service. Basically, we're able to tell you where you will get the wowing factor. Do you want to see wild animals? We know where they are. Do you want to see the beach? We know where it is. We want to thrill you. We know where that is happening. Yes.
And it all costs an arm and a leg.
No. It can even cost only the arm, not the leg.
Or a finger.
Or a figure, or lower. Actually, what we do nowadays, you want a value. What you spend, you need a value. It doesn't need to be that much. Whether small or big, you need a value. Even a cup of coffee, it has to give that value. That is a value proposition we work for.
Yes. But in terms of the services that you offer, would it be referred to as low end, middle end, high end, very high end?
Yeah,
Where would you fit in?
Thank you for that question. Sorry. Indeed, many people have thought we deal with the high end, and that is a narrative. COVID has shown us that every shilling counts. You don't bank values. You don't bank things that are not monetary. So you want a customer who pays. And whether he's paying big or small, it's a customer. So what has happened with the Hemingways brand is we have looked at all customers equally and worked out to give them same value. So we want, especially with the COVID, we had to work with domestic market for almost 2 years. So really the international market went away. And that meant we don't need to go for the rich customer. It's a customer who can afford, a customer who wants value, a customer who wants to be taken care of. And that is everyone. All of us here want to be taken care of.
Perfect. Now that we've gotten there. So let's look at the last 5 years or so.
Yes.
You say in these 2 years of COVID, the international traveler reduced their travel into the country, or the numbers reduced. The domestic traveler was the one that was basically sustaining the local travel business. Now, how would you compare the trends in terms of the domestic traveler and what they're looking for and how much they're spending, the kind of experiences that they are seeking, versus the international traveler and what they look for?
Thank you, Eric. Now, what has happened, I want to give you a trend. And this trend is into perspective of what has happened over the last 2 years, especially since the COVID kicked in. Now, before, travel was in a patent manner. So we knew high season, low season, and all that. Now, with the COVID kicking in from 2020, 2021, indeed there was a silent period whereby the travel wasn't much. Now, when the openings, the doors started more with domestic travel. So what we have seen is that there has been what we call a pent-up demand, and that's a demand. How you create that demand is that you find you want to do something and you're not doing it. So there was a desire to travel, whether domestic or internationally, but it wasn't happening. As a result, there was that desire to do something. Now, when the restrictions started easing, the first thing they were eased within the domestic. And 2019, we normally refer it as a year that had the most high levels of travel. So, of course, there was a decline or going downwards. But now in 2022, we compare with 2019 to see what are we doing in terms of travel. We've seen the domestic travel has peaked significantly to a level that is now doing almost more than 100% of 2019 travel. And that is the pent-up demand of domestic travel.
Shouldn't the attention have been put on domestic travel a while ago to say that, as opposed to looking at foreign travelers, which unfortunately was the attention for a long time, that shouldn't it have been create packages then for the Kenyan market and then see that you would be able to make huge profits, but at the same time you satisfy your local appetite for travel and holiday?
Indeed, you're right, too. What's happening, these are lessons we have learned. That, all through we thought there was international travel was the rich cream and the local wasn't much. We have now come to realize that you can actually survive. You can actually do a business with the local people. There's enough for the market. And that's something should have been done earlier enough. It didn't happen. Now it's there. People are creating products purely focused on domestic and giving enough for them. So really the travel for the domestic market is sufficient. Of course, international travel is good. It gives you the dollar that cures our currency problem. But in terms of occupancies, in terms of numbers, domestic market is sufficient too.
Where are domestic travelers going mostly?
Good. So domestic domestic, let's define that. Are just local people that are within a country or a region. So where are they going? They're basically trying to visit their country. They're going to different places. Whenever we talk about travel, we don't only talk about an aircraft travel, where you jump into an aircraft and you're flown. You can still do a road travel. You can still do, those are the safaris we call. You could do a smart safari or organized trip that makes your travel. So the domestic people are going into what we call circuit. In this country, we have circuit, and circuits are sites of interest. There are people who want to go to the coastal beach. There are people who want to go to the Masai Mara. There are people who also want to go to Amboseli to be wowed by elephant, like I was one time did. So they are quite interesting sites. Naivasha, yes, we've got, you want to be just away from home in a short distance. Naivasha is there for us. They're quite interesting sites, and that's where domestic people are traveling just to enjoy the country.
Are they going to new places that you are, if you're looking at the same trends? Let's say initially people would go to the coast, they know the beach. People who want to go somewhere, they go to the national parks or the game reserves. Masai Mara, Amboseli, close here. Are we seeing people going to other places, say Kakamega Forest?
Oh, and that's interesting. What we have seen is that the demographic that is traveling is changing. We used to have the old people that had money that were traveling. Now that space has widened up. Middle-level people are still traveling. As a result, they want to be wild. They want to be, you don't give them same product every day. So as a result, even the properties have had to scale up what they offer to their clients. So people are not going to the same place. And even they go to the same place, they want a different product. So you just have to be innovative. So you find people going to the coast. I was at the south coast. I need to go to the north coast. Fine, I'm at the north coast. What else can I do here? I need to do scarfing. I need to do those kind of things. So what we are seeing is that there is demand in terms of the travel. People who are traveling want to experience different things. Don't give them the same product. Hey, won't come again. They have had enough.
So don't just tell me come and then we'll put some sunbeds for you to go and laze around on the beach. Kenyans are like nilale siku mzima.
You'll have lost it. This reminds me of a guest we hosted in one of our hotel, and it rained the whole day, and the guest was like, "I didn't come here to stay in the room. Refund my money." We didn't. The rain is not our making. The rain is not our making. But these guests wanted to be out there, so don't get guests to keep them in the rooms. They have left better rooms in their houses.
In fact, I like what you've raised. Don't you then have excursions that take into consideration the rain? Meaning, take a walk in the rain, or I mean, you want to be up and about. You want to assume that to be up and about, the sun must be shining, isn't it? Okay, rain excursion. I'm saying this because there's something I saw when the Yugoslavia broke up and there was all this turmoil. There were people who are going to war-torn areas as a tourist destination. It's like they wanted to experience war. Now, it's bizarre, but they're there. Now, rain isn't really war, is it?
That's a nice one, Muga. Indeed, you really need to prepare how to wow people in such a situation because you can imagine I'm wowing you when it's raining. Indeed, there are activities you could do. You could do especially the water sport activities are really, rain in the water doesn't affect you much. But by nature, it slows down. It slows down those activities and the feel. Because by the time you get to the boat, you've been wet along that distance. So a few things do happen. Ideally, of course, you don't want to keep people in the indoors. But the weather sometimes can slow down. It never rains a whole day in this country. It could rain for a while. And you get people back to the rain course. So basically, it's on and off.
We see people actually demanding more experiences, like you're saying, Dr. Kithitu. That thing of just going somewhere, because I have come to the Mara, the only thing I'm going to do is do a game drive. Go and sit there and look. We're looking for lion. Okay, the next thing we're looking for an elephant. So if I was in the Mara last year and I saw all the big five, I saw Akil and I saw all these other things, why should I come to the Mara next year? So what else is the sector actually doing to improve on this product offering? So that if I went to Amboseli last year and this is what I saw, when I go to Amboseli next time, I should be looking out for different things. I should be expecting a different experience.
Yeah, thank you. Indeed, there's a lot of product variations that is happening just to wow that and to cure that problem. Because look, the numbers will decline if you're offering the same product throughout. what will happen is that I went to Aboseli. Will I go to Aboseli again? I need to create a difference. What is happening is that the industry at large has looked at that aspect and is trying to differentiate the product. How you differentiate the product is in different aspects of aesthetics. We call them aesthetics. You would differentiate by how you did that safari. What kind of vehicle were you using? Were you using your own Prado, which is closed? I'll open up for you. You can go to the rooftop. You can take the 3D, the bigger view of the wildlife.
And 360 photography.
360 photography. Again, it would wow you with hot pools. It would wow you with hot balloon hair. So there are really many products that you do offer, not just to see a lion, an elephant, and dead. So what else next? No, actually, if you do take a Chinese to those parks, you just have to be careful because you can finish a safari in less than 20 minutes. You say, I saw a lion, I know it. I saw an elephant, I saw it. I saw it. And you're like, it's done. Well, and there was a whole day's, safari. So you just have to find a way to make it good. In the middle, you'll have lunch, you'll have a dinner, bush dinner. You'll have some traditional culture.
You'll have a sundowner.
You'll have some few services there. Some those who like massages are done from the, they are quite things that are going to make you feel it. This is an experience.
To immerse you into that moment.
Yes, we want to make you feel it.
One of the things that this new constitution brought about were these newfangled counties. Now, counties, the few that I've visited, I've seen things that were never there before.
Yes.
And the sort of institutions, the sort of establishments that would offer what you are now saying have emerged.
Yes.
And they are offering things that previously nobody offered. Okay, like for instance, on your way to Nyeri, there's a place called Chaka Ranch. What Chaka Ranch offers is not something that I have seen anybody else offering on that scale.
Yes.
So it's a completely different experience.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Now, if you go to Rhino Ark,
yes,
it looks like an ordinary safari, but it's also a completely different experience.
Yes.
Now, my question is this. Given the diversity of such establishments across the country, does Hemingway Travel help sensitize and educate their client to understand the diversity that actually exists within the country?
Wow, that's great. Indeed. That is what we do. So remember, to sell, you have to convince. And to convince, you have to demonstrate. So what we have had to do is to make sure that we are able to map for example, pick Kenya, exactly what you have said. We're able to map Kenya different sites. So we're able to know what do you see in which particular place. And as a result, we're able to attract traffic depending on what is available. So we're able to say on the Mount Kenya region, you have got these products to be seen. And that's how we find it. You were gone to Masai Mara, we don't take you there next time. We'll take you to go and see the mountain, Mount Kenya. We'll take you down to go to the coast. We'll take you down to Lamu. So we are able to map the country, even the region, not only the Kenya alone, on the region, and be able to demonstrate what are the sites that are of interest. In fact, we mentioned about Chaka Ranch. It came up to my discussion yesterday with my kids. They still reminded me that you need to go back to Chaka Ranch.
They want a repeat performance.
I want a repeat performance.
Yes.
And I was like, why? We're not done with those bikes.
So what experiences did they have at Chaka Ranch?
Wow. As Muga said, Chaka Ranch offers a unique product. You go there. For me, I found myself in a tent. I hadn't been prepared. But what was happening with the kids? We had we got ourselves onto the bikes. We drove into the bush. That independence that my 14-year-old could ride on a bike into the bush alone. It felt like he's driving a Ferrari. And they want that. So really, these sites do offer different things. Yeah,
that's true. And I think that, like Siti, you're saying, the development of the various sites and then the counties needing to do a lot more so they can promote the sites.
Yes.
Remember, we had the CEC for Trade and Tourism from Nyeri County.
Yes, we did.
The other day, and she was talking about the various things and places that she was mentioning, and you're thinking,
places you've never heard of
yourself.
Yes.
You can go and enjoy the Aberdare, some experiences in the Aberdare. You can go, for example, like you're saying, Chaka Ranch. You can go to Tafaria Castle.
Yes.
And other different places. And
Eric, the establishment that didn't exist before the county system came into being. Now, just around Mount Kenya, for instance, or around the Aberdares, there are very many other establishments that have come up that were not there before.
Quite right. And these are the benefits of counties, governments.
Yes.
What happening, we used to have one minister for tourism. We do still have. But now, remember, we still have got ministers of tourism in the counties. So everybody is trying to populate, to make it better for himself, to attract.
But what I have found interesting about these developments within the counties is they are cost efficient and they are cost friendly. Because the vast majority of people who actually go to these establishments are probably locals.
Yes.
So, and yet, if you look at the standards are good.
Yes.
They are not some ramshackle. It's a place that you'd comfortably want to stay in. Now, why I asked the question was primarily because of this. I come from Kisumu County. And the likelihood that somebody will go to establishments within the neighboring counties is there. For instance, for the longest time before things were developed, people would come from Siaya County, Nyamira County, and they'd come to Kisumu. Because Kisumu was a place that had most, it had this sector in its most developed form.
Yes.
This has now changed. People knew they could go to Mombasa. Perhaps Malindi is a little far, but they could go. Now, what I'm saying is, somebody coming from Kisumu County and going to Marsabit, somebody coming from Kakamega County and going to Nyeri. That. Because it will be a completely different experience that they have never actually had.
Are we seeing that, Dr. Kithito?
Yes, indeed we are seeing. When Muga was mentioned about Kisumu, a friend of mine told me that if you get to Kisumu, you don't leave. I was like, what?
Why? I think that the good doctor went.
And
he can tell us why.
So when I tried to do my small research, I have to keep on researching in this world. And I was found that Kisumu is this life, and the people want life. But the question around people moving to inter-counties, it is there. It's there. What's happening is that it's a zoning and creating a value. What happening? We had products in different counties that had been probably, let's say, neglected or not polished. Now the counties have polished them up. They have become attractive sites. And people want, first of all, they are cheaper. You drive, you don't have a flight. It's not expensive as such, as we mentioned here. So really, the inter-county movements are there. And it's encouraging. You remember and the COVID has showed us that people are locked in this country for quite some time. You would have to live here, go to Dubai, go to Seychelles. Now what do? You live here, go to Lamu. You live here, go to Marsabit. You live here, you go to
Meru.
To Meru. Actually, I'm planning to go to Rusinga Highlands. Those are the things I'm planning myself. So you can see there is the local product is attracting. The local product is becoming something to go by.
And opening up the country.
Decreasing revenue. All this is doing is from the context of commerce. There's commerce in it.
27 minutes to 8. Let's take a quick break. Dr. Joseph Kithito is the Managing Director of Hemingways Travel. We are talking about travel trends before COVID, after COVID, and then comparing this general election year with previous general election years. What are we seeing? Domestic travel and international travel. The Situation Room is Kenya's biggest conversation. It broadcasts from Nairobi on 94.4, to Nakuru 96.0, Nyeri 90.9, Kisumu 102.5, Malindi 97.7, Mombasa 87.9, and Eldoret 96.7. This is all made possible because the Communications Authority, the regulator of this industry, gives us the license and gives us the frequencies and allocates to us the frequencies so we can broadcast. And then those who are not even next to a radio can still follow the conversation on YouTube, on Facebook, because we are live streaming the show and because the Communications Authority, again, working with the various internet service providers and the telecom companies, has ensured that 96% of the country is covered with 3G and 4G internet. Very good thing. As you go scroll around your social media and then you come across these places where Kenyans are going and they're taking pictures and doing videos, and local content creators are even creating content about destination travel. You come across that, you can save it so that you can watch later, or you can even save it so that you can compare with your family and friends later and say, should we go here? And you can save all that on Pocket by Mozilla. Because Pocket by Mozilla is this app. You know about it, Dr. Kithito? It's an app, huh? You have, what phone do you have? An Apple or an Android phone?
You know, if you drive a Mercedes, you don't say.
Oh, so
Okay,
So
we-
go
we-
to the Mercedes Apple App Store. If you have a Google, you have a Google Play Store. Download Pocket, right? It's an app. It downloads onto your phone. And then you'll be able to, as you're consuming content, you can curate your own content, create your own tabs. That thing of going onto your phone and opening links and then you have so many tabs open from your browser is gone. It's now simpler and easier on Pocket. And when you're flying, let's say you're living in Nairobi and you're going to check your property at Watamu, Hemingways, Watamu, you're on the flight, you can be accessing this material offline on your Pocket.
Using Hemingways Travel.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, are you flying with Hemingways Travel?
No, Hemingways Travel will get you there.
Okay. Yes. Hemingways Travel gets you there. When you're on the flight, you can actually access all this content offline. Time for a break. Let's take a look at the weather and traffic. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
I hope you don't believe that a hustler is a poor person. Hustler is a person who is making his a living through hard work.
The group of leaders we are having now, Kenyans, listen, the chemical composition is the same. You will mold them to ODM, then NASA, you mold them to Kanu, mold them to Jubilee, mold them to any other different color sometimes, but the chemical composition is the same.
It's not about me as Nurdin Haji, but it's about the constitution that I swore to protect. So when individuals attempt to hoard those powers and they want to be investigators and also prosecutors, then of course I have to defend that position because that position is in the constitution and that's what Kenyans wanted.
I'll tell you what happens is that when you ignore court orders, you're creating and quoting anarchy. Then you create a very dangerous precedent.
A story is told of the first president of the country who also went to visit Madare, presidential tour. Yeah? And of course, he went to this place and he introduced himself. So one of the enemies says, oh, hata wewe kuna jina kama yangu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Okay, it's another cold day in Nairobi. It's currently 15 degrees Celsius. Expect some light rains. The temperatures are going to rise to a high of only 20 and then drop down later to lows of 13. In Mombasa, light rains today, 27 highs and lows of 22. Malindi is going to be mostly cloudy again, highs of 28 and lows of 24. Where else do we do this thing? We do what? Kisumu. Mostly sunny day at 20, highs of 28 and lows of 18. Eldoret is mostly sunny day at 27 and lows of 14. Malindi, sunny day at 28 and lows of 24. Across our borders, Kampala, Uganda, mostly sunny day at 27, lows of 15. Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, another sunny day at 29 and lows of 21. Johannesburg, South Africa, clear 19, lows of 5. Kinshasa, DRC, clear 29, lows of 19. And there's somewhere else we do around Africa. Where is it? Lagos, Nigeria. Where is Lagos? I can't see it on the screen. That one. It is light rains at 25 and lows of 10.
All right, so traffic started really late today. It doesn't look like anything crazy on most of these streets today. The Seka Superhighway is doing extremely well. And we're just seeing traffic past the Pangani underpass. Other parts of the city, Langata as well, not looking too bad. Into the CBDs where most of the roads lead today. Landis Road is quite tight. And now we're looking at Kiambu Road, bumper-to-bumper traffic in and outbound. And also coming off of James Gishuru. Hasn't been too bad today. Waihaki will continue with some traffic this morning. We'll keep an eye on things. Let us know what's going on where you are. SpiceFM KE on Twitter.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings.
It's 20 minutes to 8. The conversation continues. This is the Situation Room on Spice FM on YouTube and Facebook. CT Muga, Eric Latiff, Ndu Okoh, who is battling tonsillitis this morning. Pole sana Ndu. And our guest, Dr. Joseph Kithitu. He's the Managing Director of Hemingways Travel. We're talking about travel trends. Dr. Kithitu, this year, I've heard a couple of people mention and say that we are seeing a high number of people visiting the Mara. Even before the migration had actually started proper. We even saw people going into the Mara. Now, at the peak of migration, more and more people. It's an election year. How do you explain this?
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Eric. Basically, there are quite many factors to explain this. And the key factor is to look at the behavior and patterns. You know, what we have seen is that COVID has caused is a disruptor in travel. So there are many points of disruptors. Elections are disruptors of travel. But even war in Ukraine is a disruptor of travel. But over time, like anything else, travel has also developed some levels of resilience to a point that, do I want to be worried about this? Am I safe? If I'm safe to some parameters, I move on. And as a result, we have seen people just moving on with their normal lives. Having been held up together for long during the COVID period, the pent-up demand, as I mentioned earlier, was built up, especially for international travel. In those markets, we talk of savings. They saved money they were not able to spend. I think it doesn't happen here. But you find we're able to have some savings because they did not use it for the holidays. And as a result of that, you don't want that to go again. So this year opens an opportunity. And I think it's a gain for us in that ideally in an election year, you would expect numbers to come down. Okay, but this is an election year just after the opening up, the easing up of COVID. So that it becomes like a good thing for us in that people want to move up. I think election is not as bad as where we were with COVID, and as a result, there are no bad indicators to indicate that this country is in a bad position in terms of travel, and as a result, people are moving. In fact, where we sit today, our numbers are going up. This year, versus 2019. Remember, we are saying pre-COVID
year.
Yes.
And is this sustainable? Because a lot of times we say, how you're going to test something is if you've had the experience the first time. So now that a lot more Kenyans are experiencing travel around the country, is it something that can be sustained over time from where you sit?
Yeah, yes. The sustainability of travel is basically it's an issue of how do you distribute wealth. As more people get ability to spend, travel continues. Remember, this is a population matrix. Not everybody has traveled. In fact, if you pick a particular site and you look at the Kenyan population, the number of people that are visited there aren't that many. So it means you have a big pool that can visit that site, as long as the income ability to spend, their income power, spending power goes up.
And their knowledge.
And their knowledge, we have got these sites now making it more easier people to understand. So it is sustainable. There is future in travel. There is future in hospitality. That is a business to live in.
One of the things that I've always found interesting with travel is that even when people have gotten to understand the benefits of it, the players, those who you could say are the pillars of that particular industry, like yourself, what I don't understand is what process do people follow to understand the needs of these various segments of the communities that we have? And do you get to the point where you even have the numbers? For instance, you can decide those who will go to Nanyuki by rail for purposes of visiting that area. Those Mombasa by rail, Mombasa by bus, Nanyuki by whichever destination. And the data about the sort of places they would like to go to and what they would like to see. Why do I ask this? I ask this so that even if somebody is going to Amboseli, it doesn't mean that what they saw last year is what they're going to see this year. So that they can actually find from the visitors what it is that they've enjoyed and what else they like to see. All these establishments have a suggestion box. All.
Yes.
Now, is it utilized? Because again, what one finds is when you go to many such establishments, the thing you saw last year is what you're likely to see the following year.
Thank you, City. We have moved from suggestion box to trip advisors. to basically, you are able to go to the online and comment and put a comment about your experience into that property. And those now are very key pillars or in this industry. You even before you go to a property, you want to check what other people commented about it, and that quickly gives you an indicator as to what do you expect. So what has happened is that within the travel, the hospitality industry at large, we are careful to be able to manage what the previous client experiences were and make them better so that we continue improving the product. Now, you raised this issue around how do we know that their numbers going to move to Nanyuki, numbers going to move to Naivasha or Mombasa? It's like, will you have an hotel this morning and there's no guest? That's the question and the fear. And to counter that is like, if you're doing a matatu or a transport, do you go to the stage and put your matatu there and that day you have no passenger going to town? Somehow they do pop up, they come, they fill it up. May take time, not the normal time it takes before, but somehow you find. And what is the measure of that? It's the population. It's the pool. So for the hospitality industry, there is now a pool that can be able to fill the properties at different times. What we see is that the numbers will vary depending on timings. But ideally, we are, as the profession in the travel, our basic work is to disseminate knowledge, give the product, offer the product to the people, and avail it and create the value. And we have seen there is demand, there is population, and there is market.
Would you say that the local population are able to sustain the industry?
This industry is big. It depends on what product you're offering. If you're offering, for example, a domestic flight, that local route, it's able to be sustained by a domestic market. If you have an hotel that is just offering a domestic product alone, it's able to be sustained by that product. So the local market can sustain. However, we scale up the products. We have international and domestic. Basically, what we look at is not whether we used to say, are you a foreigner or a local? We are coming out of those, terminologies. But basically, people are inbound, outbound. If you're inbound, you're coming into the country. And what we want is, as those numbers increase, they increase the occupancies, they increase our travel, they increase our visitations, and that makes also the industry boom. So basically, the local is okay, it's enough, but we want some dollars. The locals will never give you dollars. We still want this, the inbound travelers to bring in the foreign currency and pump it up, and we give that high-value product to our local people. That is the whole proposition. Yeah.
Countries like the U.S., I would dare say even countries like China, if you look at the numbers of tourists that they have in their country, people tend to visit parts of their own country, sometimes even more than other people who come from outside.
Yes.
Now, there may be reasons, there may be dynamics that one doesn't fully understand. Where I was going with this is, yes, there's the understanding of the costs. There's the understanding of what people would like. But again, I recall a time when we had something called Kaya Bombo at the coast, and travel advisories were issued and people rarely came to the coast. That was the beginning of what then became local tourism, people actually going out to visit destinations on their own. Now, why it was a surprise was because that market catered for visitors who came from outside. The question that I'm really asking is there enough effort being made? And the numbers I was speaking of would bolster whatever response there is. Are there enough efforts being made to ensure that irrespective of how much somebody thinks they want to spend, that they can have an opportunity to travel outside their town? Even if I'm going to Kitengela, I've traveled out of the Nairobi. Even if I'm going to Machakos.
You can go to Moor Hills and spend a day.
Yes. It's out of town.
Sights and sounds of Moor Hills.
Yes.
Getting that, you see that place that they talk about, a certain hill where water flows uphill.
Where gravity is defied.
Yes. Right here.
Yes. Indeed, I can tell you, pre-COVID, there was a lot of attention paid marketing offshore to just make sure that people outside the country know the product. Within the COVID period and now, there's a lot of effort being done to market Kenyan to the products to the domestic market. There's a lot of awareness being created to make sure that the local people understand. I will give you an example. At the Hemingways group, we have the Hemingways properties. During the COVID period, and actually up to even this year, late this year, we have seen our numbers going to 70-80% occupancies. And when you walk into that hotel, it's 90% locals. That wasn't the case in 2019, 2018. You would walk into those hotels and find 80% are foreigners and 30% or thereabout are locals. It's the reverse. So there's a lot of market awareness. There's a lot of materials being disseminated to the market, to the locals. Just to and even with a rate, there's a rate that has been lowered to make sure that the locals are attracted, the locals are pulled. And I trust all of us here, the four of us here, we all desire one day, even a weekend or everything, to go out. And this is because we have that kind of constant social media messaging. We're getting this information. This is coming up. The other day I saw a spa in Naivasha, at the geothermal, where the temperatures, water comes at 160 degrees, gets to 80 degrees, and is going to 41 degrees at the swimming pool. And my kids are telling me, Dad, I want to go and swim in that 41 degrees pool. It wasn't created through marketing. I would not have known it. But a marketing campaign was done.
Let's talk about the business traveler, right? So many people who are traveling, even within the country, are traveling on business.
Yes.
How do you, as Hemingways Travel and Hemingways Expeditions, create something out of the business travel to add leisure into it?
Thank you. I want to leave you, a lady and a gentleman, with one word called blasia. This is a mixture of the two words. Blasia. It's a mixture of the two words. Official travel and leisure combined. And this is where travel has gone to. That I cannot take 2 holidays. So I combine my official duties with the personal travel. So basically, I combine that and make it one product. So what we are doing at Hemingways Travel is to create. Remember, Hemingways Travel is a travel management company. A travel management company basically deals with corporate travel. Exactly what you've said: business traveling, business meetings, activities that are related to work. Within that, we want to create a niche market of personalizing the leisure within it. So, and what happened is that our properties, among others, are able to create that kind of, once you're done with your conference, what do you do in the afternoon? Or the last day of the conference, even the conference is skewed that the last day, 1 or 2 days, you are left free. What do? We have the excursions. We have the short safaris. So there's a lot of, we normally call look and feel about those official travel, added a component of leisure. In fact, what you see most of the people doing now, and maybe you try to do it, when you travel on an official travel, probably the last day your spouse joins you. And then you're able to have 1 or 2 days of leisure after the official travel. So you can find these are the things that are happening in terms of the travel space.
Yeah. You know, we had a conversation with the CEO. She's still CEO, she left. Of KICC, Nana Geshaga. And she was talking about the same. When you talk about mice and people who are coming for business, they are also looking to add some bit of leisure into their travel. And they're looking for different experiences. Yes, we have the Nairobi National Park, so you can go and have some safari. But what else can be offered? Are we seeing your industry coming together and having conversations about how to curate experiences? So you come to Nairobi, you are thinking of what else you can do. For longest time, the Carnival Simba Saloon had a lot of that. Come in and you have all this nyama, the nyama plata, what else can we do? Can you go somewhere and have modokoi and githeri and sample osuga and what was the other, the dry meat called? Athola.
No, athola is not the dry meat.
It's what?
No, athola is only... Alia is the dry meat.
Yes. So you have all this. So you have a culinary experience.
Yes.
Other places where you can go to, you can take people to the new Uhuru Gardens and go into the museums and see the history of the country. Others where you can visit places. Are you, as an industry, coming together to have those conversations of how to actually curate experiences for people who are coming into the country?
Yes, you're quite right. And that thinking is quite timely. There is a big thinking around creating, itineraries. We call them itineraries that You are within the city. What do you do? So, and if you visit any property today, you ask them, I'm here to the whole day. What do I do? You'll be shocked. Products have been created. The industry is thinking through it to create products that are of attraction, not only just the Nairobi National Park. I still remember we had this session with the Ministry of Tourism, and I still put my claim in mind. He said there's a thinking to create a way you can walk down the streets of Nairobi. You are from abroad, and you can be taken round through the river roads. You can see how those lives are in a safe, secure environment. You walk back, walking the city. I remember I've gone to Turkey, and I've had to be taken to the town, just a walk to see what that city is all about. So
which part of the town?
In Nairobi, what we are talking
I'm talking about Turkey.
No, I've been to Istanbul.
Yes,
but basically, what I mean is that we are looking at this product like in Kenya.
Okay, you're giving the example. Yes, go ahead.
So when you come to Kenya, and that's a discussion the ministry, the tourism ministry, actually, that discussion, the forum we had, was to discuss, can we have a product? People can have a walk through the Kenyatta, the market.
Enjoy the sights and
the
sounds
markets, get the people to see how they shop. Especially when you're a Kenyan, you might not find it interesting. But imagine you've stepped into this country for the first time, and you are taken to City Market or Kikomba Market. You really be able to interact with the culture. What you need is security, to be safe, to see how people culture is. So these thinkings are happening. They might not be fully because of some of probably aligning up security issues, but I think a lot of things is being done to put that into perspective. So there is a big thinking around creating a local product, a local site, where we don't just stay in the room, but you can just enjoy the country. Those things are being thought through.
And then also, beyond that, like you said, disruptors and the resilience of the Kenyan market. Look at the various circuits, like you call them. I see a lot of focus and attention being given to the circuit around Amboseli, Mara, Coast. And then you don't see much happening in Western Kenya. Is there sufficient effort being made, let's say, to market more of Western Kenya? Like we said, going Kisumu and beyond, go into Mount Elgon, go into Kakamega Forest, go into all those places.
I think we started by saying that with the counties, they have created their CS for tourism and all that. You'll find the county minister in that region is really fighting hard to create a value for those products. What we see and why we find the sites you have mentioned do a lot of attraction is first because of the investment in properties. You'll find you go to the Kakamega Forest, you might not find probably a 4-star or a 5-star property. So when you have guests that are coming, let's say international guests, there's a circuit they want to follow. But people are investing now. You may find, even where I come from, Kitui, you really struggle to get a 3-4-star hotel. Even no 4-star, but let's say 2-3-star hotel. Where we are today, it's very easy to walk in and find a product. Even if it's not given a 3-star, it rates to 3-star. So, and that is where you find, you can take a guest to Kitui, the guest will feel a 3-star product, and we experience the site. We have a stone there that you go around. It said if you're a man, you become a lady. 7 times.
Gender
the challenge is that no one has dared.
Those that tell the story,
yes,
are the ones that have experienced it.
I told you they were once a woman.
That's exactly what they're telling you indirectly.
And you believe such things?
Of course.
All right, you go ahead and
see. We go. Dr. Kithitu, you'll take us.
Indeed,
what's a rock called?
Zabani Rock.
Zambani Rock.
Yes.
It would be good to actually just even go there and try it out.
And it's in Kitui. Just wait, Eric.
Yeah?
Has that rock been in any other place other than just Kitui?
Only in Kitui.
Then let it just stay in Kitui.
I want to go there.
The beach has not come to Nairobi.
Has it?
You know the reason why I'm asking this?
As you conclude.
A place called Kitimikai, just rocks.
Yes.
It's an attraction.
Yes.
Rocks. People go to see them.
So they say they cry.
That's what they say.
Exactly. Those ones cry. These are the ones you go around. Your gender changes. Good. That is the narrative that's created to make it attractive. Dr. Kithitu, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It did a pleasure.
Asante sana. Dr. Joseph Kithitu is the managing director of Hemingways Travel. We'll be talking about traveling trends and travel trends before COVID, after COVID, and then comparing this election year with previous election years. Kenya's biggest conversation continues in the next hour. We have another conversation and also reminding you about elections, Bila? Norma. We are going into a general election on the 9th of August, and we must come out of that general election as one united, indivisible country. Your neighbor will still remain your neighbor. Shida zako ni zako, shida za jirani ni za jirani. Let it be like that. Good morning, 8 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is Newswire Dennis Aseto. Global leaders have welcomed Kenya's President Uhuru Kenyatta's appointment as the global champion for the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program. Former Secretary General of the United Nations Ban Ki-moon and Global Center on Adaptation are among those who celebrated the Kenya leader for the recognition at the Leaders Dialogue on Adaptation Action in Africa, Nairobi. President Kenyatta has been a key driving force behind the AAAP, an Africa-led, Africa-owned initiative jointly developed by the Global Center on Adaptation and the African Development Bank, which is mobilizing $25 billion for climate adaptation in the areas of food security, resilient infrastructure, adaptation jobs, and climate finance by 2025. And President Uhuru Kenyatta signed into law 6 parliamentary bills, including Sustainable Water Management Bill, Irrigation Amendment, and the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Amendment Bill, as well as Sacco Societies Amendment Bill, Children Bill, and Community Groups Registration Bill, all of 2021. The new Sustainable Waste Management Act establishes a robust legal and institutional framework for sustainable management of waste to ensure the realization of the constitutional requirement on the right to a clean and healthy environment. It provides mechanisms for policy, coordination and oversight of waste management and promotion of a circular economy for green growth by, among other provisions, establishing the Waste Management Council, whose mandate includes overseeing implementation of the National Sustainable Waste Management Strategy. And Kenya's envoy to Cuba, Ambassador Gadhoga Shege, presented his letter of credence to Miguel Diaz-Canel Bermudez, President of the Republic of Cuba, at the Palace of Revolution. Shege, who was appointed in May by President Uhuru Kenyatta, takes over from Anthony Mwihaiki Mushiri, the current chair of the Public Service Commission. And the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission chairperson of Chebukati has refuted claims that Ford Kenya Party leader Moses Wetangula is in any way involved in the printing of the ballot papers set to be used in the August elections. Chebukati dismissed the claims, saying they were mere political antics aimed at tainting his image. Despite acknowledging that he hails from the same region as Wetangula, the Iebc cautioned politicians against trying to profile public servants, further asking political leaders to focus on selling their manifestos rather than profiling their electoral officials. The High Court has quashed the decision by the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission to bar Karuna Thangwa from contesting in the Kiambu Senator race. Iebc had locked out Thangwa on grounds that he had been impeached as Kiambu County Executive Committee member for youth on graft allegations and was therefore ineligible to hold public office. However, in a ruling by Justice Rachel Ngetich, there was no evidence of graft that led to the removal of Thangwa from office, terming the decision to lock him out as unreasonable and unfair. On matters politics, and Gatundu South MP Moses Kuria has accused Kiambu politicians with ties to the United Democratic Alliance of ganging up against his governorship bid. In a Facebook post, the Chama cha Kazi Kiambu governor candidate accused his so-called detractors of suspending their campaigns to drum up support for Kiambu Senator Kimani Wamatangi, who is also eyeing the county's top seat at the August polls. According to Kuria, while soliciting support for Matangi, the UDA politicians have allegedly been actively dissuading residents from supporting his bid, despite the fact that Chama cha Kazi is part of the Deputy President William Ruto-led Kenya Kwanza Alliance. And of course, Regional Commissioner John Elangata has assured members of the public that the country's security agencies remain watchful to curb any form of violence as the country prepares for the elections next month. Elangata disclosed that security agents are standing guard, especially given the increased political campaigns and activity as the candidates for various seats drum up support for their bids. Speaking in Minjila town in Tana River County during a security meeting comprising regional security heads, county security and national government public administration officials, Elmata, who was in the company of Regional Police Commander Titus Garuri, said officers will be extra vigilant to stop anything that might threaten peace. Now, 4 suspects linked to a spate of robberies in Busia have been arrested according to the National Police Service. The culprits were arrested following a series of operations launched across the region. The raid, led by Butula Sub-County Criminal Investigation Officer and National Police Service Officer from Samia Police Station, was conducted in Samia Sub-County, Busia County and Ugenya Sub-County, Siaya County. The officers were acting on a tip-off arrested Moses Wafula Were at Masati Obeti Training Center in Ugenya Sub-County, Siaya County. This is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
The news on Spice FM is brought to you by the Communications Authority of Kenya. The Communications Authority of Kenya, opening your world.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
Okay, what's happening on the road? It's that traffic hour, isn't it? Yes, it is. But Mombasa Road is not looking so bad so far. What we need to be focusing on is Thika Road and Kiambu Road, and they're not doing so bad either. Now, the issues that normally are experienced around the underpass at Pangani are the ones that are causing the issue, the chaos. So the interchange into Thika Superhighway from Kiambu Road and Muthaiga Road, and then out there into Murang'a Road and Forest Road or Wangari Maathai Road. That's where the issues are. Mombasa Road not looking bad at all. Southern Bypass not looking bad at all. In fact, even if you talk about Airport North Road, not looking bad. Jogoo Road not looking bad coming into town. But if there's anything that we think we ought to tell other people about, just tag us on Twitter at SpiceFMKE.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This
It is 8 minutes after 8. Good morning. It's the 8th day of the 7th month of 2022. Welcome to the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation. This is a Situation Room on Spice FM. We're also live streaming the show on YouTube and Facebook, Spice FM KE, as a Facebook page and a YouTube channel, and www.spicefm.co.ke. For the next 1 hour, we are also live on KTN Home. Keep it here for the conversations. We have a guest in the studio. She is from Absa Bank. Before we start talking about banking and transferring money across the borders, let's hear the day's proverb.
Right.
Good morning, boys and girls.
The proverb of the day is brought to you by Aquafresh Fresh Gel.
One does not follow footprints in the water.
One does not follow footprints in the water.
We're just saying, I mean, you can try if you want, but it'll be a tall order.
Actually, this proverb is from?
Okay. It is, the country is in the middle of South Africa. It's written Lesotho. But there are those who pronounce it Lesotho. There are those who pronounce it Lesotho. Now, so long as you know it's the country.
And you can write it down.
And you can write it down. Pronounce it as you see fit. And those who come from that kingdom, because it's a kingdom, will forgive you. Because they will understand that it was meant in good faith.
What do you think they had in mind when they were coming up with this proverb? One doesn't see footprints in water. So
You know that land, first of all, is landlocked. Huh? In the most serious sense of the word, landlocked. Okay? So, one, water isn't
no water.
Very little.
There are rivers.
There are rivers, yes.
Landlocked means ocean.
Baba. It isn't the most fertile of places.
Okay.
They have hills. They have the land is semi-arid. When apartheid was in force, they didn't give Africans the best portions of land. They chose land that they themselves didn't have much regard for. And then they called it, it used to be called Bantustans, or they called it, whatever they called it.
Yep.
But the point is, whenever you see a proverb, the proverb often has a very direct relation to the country where it comes from. Okay? It's something that was valued, yet understanding that you could do whatever it is that people do with water. But a simple reality, yes, you will step in water, you will cross a river, you will walk. But the moment your foot leaves the bottom of that river,
the footprints
it's gone. Just as soon as it leaves, it's gone.
What's the lesson then?
Eric.
Don't walk on water.
And actually, that one, there are only two people who've done that before. No, three. And they're in the Bible. And they're all dead. So
leave it to them.
I think we'll leave it at that point, yes.
Okay.
Brush your teeth twice a day with Aqua Fresh Gel, the secret to long-lasting fresh breath, strong teeth, and healthy gums.
Our guest for this hour is Ramona Mwari. She's the head of retail and business banking product at Absa Bank Kenya PLC. Ramona, good morning.
Good morning, Eric.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you.
Welcome to the hot seat of the Situation Room. Does it
you.
feel warm enough for you?
It's warm. Outside is cold, but inside here is warm.
Good. That's as it's intended to be. Absa Bank, and you are head of retail and business banking products. That's a big title. What do you do?
So my role is very simple. It is just listening to what customers want, understanding their needs, and then developing products and solutions that speak to them. So basically, I'm the factory behind. You know, once we get to listen what customers are looking for, we're able to now go to the kitchen, prepare a solution that actually speaks to their needs. Yeah.
Eric, that thing of ours. Yes.
Which thing is that?
He and I have several companies. Things. Which do other things, yes.
Yeah, so it's simple, just solving for customers their problems or needs, yeah.
So we come to you with our need and then you tailor make a product.
Exactly.
And product here means how easy and how you facilitate us getting access to finance.
Financial needs, yes.
And has being able then to make the payments and to make the repayments for the financing that you've given us.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
We want to have a conversation about cross-border payments.
Yeah.
And even as we were talking and teasing up this conversation earlier today, we said, you know, people just assume, you want to make a payment across the border. Well, if it's just across the regional borders, you go and make a payment.
Or if you're near the border, just go to the border.
Just go to the border.
And send the money.
And pay.
Take the money. Take the money and pay. What's the problem? Or whatever you want to do, just go to the bank and say, no, I want to pay for some goods in the UK, in Australia, in Azerbaijan, and they deal with it.
Okay.
But then there are issues around it, and I think that's why it's important. What's the importance of factoring in the systems that are being used for cross-border payments?
Okay, yeah. Thanks, Eric, for that question. Maybe if we just take a step back, I think when we look at payments has evolved over time. Especially right now in this period of COVID, I think COVID has made us take a step back in our strategy and ask ourselves that dynamics have changed completely. We've moved to a cashless economy. Cash is still king in this country, surprisingly, even though I guess a number of us, the last time we saw cash, I don't know, when is the last time you used cash?
I work with cash every day.
Oh, that's good.
Do you use it every day?
Do you use it
every day? I can even demonstrate.
CT wants his money.
Yeah. So I think for us, with the shift of customer behavior changing from cash, using cash to digital, okay, clearly, City, I can still see you have cash. Yeah. And that is why I'm here, just to make sure I can convert you from cash into digital, yeah. So I think just to answer your question, Eric, is the approach we've taken is to ask ourselves is how do we make sure we continue being relevant to the customer? And how do we tap into what COVID has actually taught us, where we've almost taken a step back and asked ourselves, how do we become more relevant? How do we provide solutions that speak to our customers? So aligned to that, I think today we're here just to talk about the payment solutions we're launching and just showing the importance of it. And just to clarify, it's actually both a domestic, which is local payments, and cross-border. And cross-border in this case is out of Kenya. So we've built up systems which we'll talk about just to talk to our customers on what we've done to make it easier for them to move money, whether it's across Kenya or outside Kenya.
So we just get straight into it. What's this product?
Okay. So this product is called Absa Visa Send Money. I'm very sure we launched
Absa
it.
Visa
Send Money. Yes. And what this product is all about, it's a innovative remittance solution that allows you to do three key things. One is person-to-person transfers, and transfers in this case is domestic or cross-border. I'm very sure, Eric, you must have some money that Citi owes you. Citi can actually pay you that money from a person to person. The second,
yeah, he works with money.
He works, so now he can send you digitally. Then the second one is just person to business. So if you're walking, let's say you've gone to Toy and you want to make a payment, or you're in Gikomba, or you want to pay this business person, that service allows you to do that. And then thirdly is the capability to be able to make a payment through what we call as a QR payment. I'm very sure most of you have gone to restaurants nowadays and you're looking for the menu and you're asking, boss, where is the menu?
Let the menu, please.
And they tell you, please scan that code. So I think for us, we're also showing that we're remaining innovative, where you just scan with your phone and you're able to make a payment. So those are three key things that this product we're launching called Visa Send Money is going to do to our customers.
You know the problem with that restaurant thing?
You want to give out your cash?
No. Cash eventually I will give.
Yeah.
That menu is restricted to the screen of my phone.
Okay.
But the menu is a nice, huge object.
Yes.
And the pictures are clearer. You just turn the... Anyway.
You can get help. Don't worry. We'll make it simple, yeah.
I see it. Yeah.
Yes.
Technology
has its limitations.
That's why we're here to educate you.
When you say Visa,
yeah,
it brings in a different company. Absa and Visa are two different companies.
Yeah.
So when you say Absa Visa Send Money,
yes,
does it mean Visa, the Visa that we know?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
So just to take a step back, I think one of the key areas we've tried to focus on is to look at ourselves and say, how do we get into strategic partnerships that help us grow? So what we've then done, and we've been in this country for more than 100 years, and what we do actually offer to our customers is the cards that we give our customers is branded Visa. And one of the key things we've done with Visa as a key partner for ourselves is to say, how do we play into this space in payments? And now using Visa, which is a global brand, has a footprint across all countries. They actually have 3 billion Visa cards in the whole world. So for us, it's a solution that we've partnered with Visa just to ensure that we can actually meet this need of remittances, where customers are looking for a solution or a product where they can be able to move money from one place to another. And hence the reason why we've partnered with them.
Okay. Yeah. You see, you already said you issue cards.
Yes.
Absa Visa cards.
Yes.
Okay. Now it's Absa Visa
Send
money.
Correct.
Is it a card? Is it an app? What is it?
Okay. So Absa Visa Send Money is a remittance solution. And what we've then done is, if a customer wants to use it, because today most of our customers have the physical card, and that's what most people know it. And the word that most of our consumers use is ATM card. So what we've then done is we are moving away and saying, how do we give more value and just move it away from an ATM card? Because when you think of an ATM card, what do you think of? Cash. I'm very sure that's where Citi gets his money from. And we're then saying we're actually giving you more value in your card. So with your card, the first thing you can then do is make payments, whether it's through at a merchant or at a supermarket. Today, you use your card to make a payment at no cost. And what we then did actually in 2020, we then launched our first the cards that Citi was just showing me. You can see it's a vertical card. So we launched an innovative solution where customers are able to tap and pay. And within seconds, your transaction is actually approved. So to your point of what is this Absa Visa Send Money, we're actually creating more value on the card. So we moved away from it just being an ATM card. We're telling you can use your card to swipe at the supermarket or fuel station. You can tap, But then now we are telling you, you can actually use this same card to make payments. And how will you make payments? We've then now taken a step back and told ourselves, mobile has become an integral part of our lives today. I'm very sure today, if, Eric, you forget your phone at home, you'll actually drive back. But if you forget your wallet to charge your card, you won't drive back. So what we've done is we've integrated mobile. We've integrated card into mobile. And what you just need to do is go to our ABSA mobile app, or you go to the internet, our ABSA internet banking, or if you don't have a smartphone, you can actually use something we call USSD, which is basically *224#, which is our mobile banking, where you're able to access this service. So you'll just go, you'll see a service menu written transact, and then you'll see Visa send money, and there it is a simple process. And one thing we've realized in this market, Kenya, I think every Kenyan almost has a phone. So it's very easy for a customer to be able to undertake that transaction. And we've been able to solve for that customer who has a smartphone and one who doesn't have a smartphone. So pretty much that's how you access the service.
It's better than M-Pesa.
So I think for M-Pesa has its space, yeah? And M-Pesa for us, we look at it as a mobile money solution that our customers actually use. So today, even on our ABSA mobile app, if you log into it, what can you do? You can actually move money from your account into M-Pesa. Yeah. So now we're telling you from the same mobile banking, you can actually be able to send money to City or Eric locally. You can actually be able to send money. So if I look at a trader, I don't know how many of you have you been to Gikomba City?
Yes. A long time ago, though.
And Eric, when was the last time you went to Gikomba?
Gikomba hapa tu. Sure.
Which means he hasn't been there in a long
Exactly.
time.
So if you go there, what you'll see is happening there. The traders are looking for a way to make a payment. So I'm selling materials and I'm buying from Ghana, or I'm actually buying some goods from China and I want to make a payment. So what we're then saying is, so long as you're an ABSA customer, you'll actually log into our app, or you use, if your phone is not a smartphone, you can use the 224# I spoke about, and the person is able to send money. And the only thing this person needs, actually, there are two things you just need to be able to send that money, is a card number for the customer you're sending to and their name, and that's it. So that's just the two information that you actually can be able. Card number and the name. Yes. But to make it easy, and I think City, you alluded to M-Pesa and mobile money. What we've done is, because mobile is still king, and mobile, actually, if I take it back, I'll say mobile number is still something that everybody, for sure I'll have City's mobile number, but I won't have his card number.
Yeah.
So what we've then done to make the process easy, we are encouraging our customers, once you log on to a mobile app, go to ABSA Visa Send Money, you can actually link your mobile number to your card number. So Eric, as opposed to you giving me your card number, so long as I have your mobile number, which I have it on my contacts, I'm able to send to you. So we call that service, it's an alias service, where you just register yourself and link your card number into the mobile money. And it's instant. Yeah. You're looking a bit surprised, Eric.
I'm kind of...
No, I'm
kind of lost.
You are lost. Yeah, I'm completely lost.
Okay.
Okay, talk to me, then I'll help you.
The thing is, everything you're saying makes sense.
Yes.
Then I'm lost, but it's still making sense. Okay?
So I'm here to make it
I
easier.
go to the app.
Yeah.
*224#. Okay? A list comes out.
Yes.
What do I see on that list?
You will see transfer services.
That's what I've been looking at.
Yes.
Maybe it's my phone that has a problem, but it isn't there.
It's there. So go to, are you on *224#?
Yes.
Okay, so let's take a step back. So for customers who are on *224#, when you go into it, you'll go to bank services. Yes, after bank services, you will see funds transfer.
Yeah, it's there,
you can
number 3.
See it, yes. And then you'll see Visa send money. Or you will see ABSA Pay, depending on which type of device you're using. Yeah. What do you see, City?
To own ABSA account to other ABSA account. Register beneficiary, edit
now you see City needs a class on its own. But I think
by
just
the way,
to...
it's not what I'm doing. The phone is the one who is telling me these things.
Yeah, so I think to make it simple, there are two things you do. So if you're on *224#, you go to bank services, funds transfer, you should see Visa send money. So that is one. But if you're on the app is much easier in terms of once you log in, you will see transfer services, then you'll see Visa send money. So once you're on Visa send money, it'll ask you for a card number and beneficiary name. But in the case where I mentioned, where you've already linked your card number to a mobile number, I just need to put in your mobile number, and I put in your name, and now I put the funds that I want to send out to you.
And the money will come to my
to your card. So there are two things. It comes to your card
money
number.
comes to my card.
Yes.
Once City pays,
Yes.
it comes to my account.
Yes, exactly.
So it's a cash transfer service.
It's a transfer service.
Okay.
It's a transfer service.
What if I'm not an ABSA banker?
Okay, that's a very good question. So what happens is this service is available to our ABSA customers who hold what we call a debit card. And your debit card is what is linked to your normal current account. So to your question of when Citi sends you the money to your debit card, it automatically reflects in your account. So that is one. ABSA debit card holder, customer can be able to send out the money. The second one is an ABSA credit card holder. So for us, a credit card basically is you're short of cash, you need some money, we're able to give you a limit. So we'll give you a limit, and our credit card offering is actually, we give you 50 days interest free. So assuming you're short of money and you're looking for 100,000, you can use that card, send the 100,000 to whoever you're sending the money to. So whether you're sending to somebody outside Kenya or within Kenya, you're able to send it out. So that is the sending side. The receiving side is the benefit we have is you can send to any Visa card. So in this market as Kenya, we have 15 million Visa
Card
cards.
holders.
15 million. So
It's across the various banks.
Across the various banks.
Right.
Because for the banks that issue a card that is branded Visa. So it tells you, if I'm thinking of who can I send money to, you have an opportunity to send to 15 million. That is locally. Then for cross-border, you remember the earlier stats we mentioned? Today, Visa holds 3 billion Visa cards out there. So meaning, if I'm sending money, I have the chance of sending to 3 billion people in the world. So obviously there will be restrictions, like a certain country cannot receive certain funds, this country can receive our funds, and that information we do provide to our customers. But it just shows you that sending out this money, I can send it across.
To very many people.
Exactly.
Let's go back into this issue of Citi is a Barclays
customer. ABSA customer, Eric,
sorry,
thank you.
is an ABSA customer.
Yeah.
I beg your pardon. Citi is an ABSA customer, holds debit and credit cards.
Yeah.
We know Citi.
Yes.
Citi wants to pay me.
Yeah.
I am not an ABSA customer.
Correct.
So he goes to the app.
Yes.
And he chooses to pay me.
Yes.
He enters my mobile number.
Yes.
But I don't have the ABSA Visa send money.
Correct.
Obviously in my app, because I'm not an ABSA customer.
Correct.
So when he puts in my number, how does that come to my account?
Okay, so two things. If you've not registered yet, so you've not linked your mobile number to card number, he won't be able to send it. But what he will then do, he'll tell Eric, actually, I'm not able to see your name here, because the minute you put the mobile number and I put your name, it should tell me this is to Eric Latiff.
Right.
Confirm.
Right.
But that he'll get a message and telling him this hit can't go through. So he'll tell you, boss, you've not linked your mobile number to card number. So what is he going to do? He'll ask you for your card number.
Okay.
So with your card number, which is your debit card, you'll give it to him. Instantly, you'll get the money. So long as it's a local transaction, instantly
so just
you'll
get out
get it into your
my
current
Visa
account.
card.
Yeah.
We key in my Visa card number.
The 16 digits.
The 16 digits.
Yes.
And the money now comes to my account
Spot
in
on.
whichever bank.
Exactly.
And it's instantaneous.
It's instant for local transactions. So for cross-border, depending on the dynamics of the different countries, you can get it instantly within 30 minutes. And I'm saying instantly is 30 minutes because if you look at how cross-border has evolved over time, we've had days where it's taken almost like 5 days.
A week.
A week.
Yep.
Clean.
Yeah,
Yes.
transferring
and
money.
told you instant.
There's intermediary
Yes.
bank. There's I don't know who. It
I'm
goes
glad
and
you
gets
know about
lost.
intermediary bank.
So
Stories.
instant acquires new meaning. And then there's the cost.
The cost, yeah.
Okay.
Cost. So let me talk about the cost.
Yes.
So what we've done with this service is, so if you're doing a local transaction, we are currently running a promotional offer where depending on the amounts that you're sending, we're charging you as low as 10 shillings up to 70 shillings. So it's tiered based on the amount you're sending. So
but the highest is 70 shillings.
70 shillings.
And this is for how much?
This is you can actually transact up to 1 million shillings. Up to 1 million. I know, City, you have that 1 million in your account as we speak now. So
your banker has told us.
Your banker has told
that
you, yeah.
That you have. Now, ukiniambia nini?
Ana pesa.
Your pesa si yangu.
Ni pesa alone. Yeah. So that is the cost for the local transactions. Then when we go to cross-border, because the dynamics are different, so we have that transaction, we still charge you between 10 shillings and 70 shillings. And then we charge you. Why are you laughing?
Umemwanika.
Sasa everybody owe money. It's going to start
knows
calling.
that you have the 1 million. Umesikia kwa radio. Uko na pesa.
Don't worry, you're not the first one. There was somebody once called here and said, people like CT who work in the media and earn 2 million shillings.
I know.
The problems I had. But anyway, let's go on with the
In
course.
the village, they bring you all the Arambe cards.
People I'd even forgotten who were alive called me.
She's among those who had and went and checked and actually realized that, yes, every 30 days, 2 million shilling comes in. And by the 8th, you've spent $1 million paying, do things here and there.
Yeah.
So you're left with $1 million. So she knows what she's talking about. City, I want my money.
Yeah.
Please carry on.
I want my money. Let's take a break. It's 8:30. Kenya's biggest conversation. Ramona Mweri is a head of retail and business banking products at Absa Bank Kenya PLC. We are talking about how they've made it much easier to make payments inside the country and across borders. And this is through the Absa Visa Send Money. Is it a different app or is it within the same
It's
Absa?
within the same app.
So once you have you have the Absa app,
Yes.
you automatically and you have
Automatically
Visa. You have a Visa debit or credit card.
Correct.
You automatically then have access to this.
You don't need to register for it. You just need to register. You only just need to link your card to your mobile number so that it's easier for people to send you through a mobile number.
I'll send my bank guys to you for ideas.
Anytime. Yeah.
There's also something else, another app called Pocket by Mozilla. Pocket is a good one. It's a way of curating information that you want to consume. So, for example, this interview of ours is going to be uploaded onto YouTube. And then someone can actually go and get the YouTube link and share. And if you've shared with me, and it's a YouTube link, and I can see the interview with Ramona this morning, and I'm in the middle of a meeting, or I'm busy and I want to watch it later, I save it. Right? I'm looking at other content, other material, reading material from websites, from video, YouTube, or social media. Basically, just save and organize my content for later consumption.
Okay.
And later consumption is whenever, however you want to consume it. Okay? If it's podcasts, it's video content, it's text content, consume it whenever. You can even consume it offline later. Very good way of organizing how you consume your content, right?
Good.
And also it's good because then it reduces and removes that whole issue of having 79 tabs opened.
Exactly. And then you see your phone hanging, then, that tab where you close it, then shows you have saved 500 MB memory.
Yes, you have so much, and all of these things are running in the background, so it's constantly chewing your data, and then you're calling your service provider and saying, munakula data yangu.
No. Wi-Fi yenu haifanyi kazi.
Yeah, it's used down all these things. Pocket by Mozilla. Download it from Google Play Store and Apple App Store. We'll be back shortly on KTN Home, SpiceFM, and online.
My kids are always online on their devices. Kila saa.
Lakini kuna hatari nyingi online, and as a parent, I need to keep them safe.
The Communications Authority of Kenya, CA, manages the country's cybersecurity to keep you and your family safe online. The Communications Authority of Kenya, opening your world.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
When you see someone being jailed, a governor or two or someone who stole, then people will fear. Because our problem is not the borrowing, it's the stealing.
We've become actually a nation of thieves. The only thing we lack
is an opportunity to steal.
The guys who quote the Bible and say, I'm a Christian and all that, and you know they're thieves. Return what you have stolen 4 times. If you know that you have property or anything that you have stolen, just return and say, my God does not allow me to hold stolen things.
We are also a reflection of you, because you elect us. You know, we don't get into our office by ourselves. We are a reflection of the people who elect us.
We don't want to go to the streets. We have a constitution that enables us, assert our will.
When the legislators are now being taken as hostage by the executive for whatever reason, we are now bound by what they want us to do.
This is just outside the realms of reality. We have impunity written into the DNA of our political class.
How old were you when you learned that Jeshi Lokop is Jeshi la Wokovu?
I can't say it very well. No, you need to Jeshi Lokop.
And everyone knows. Okay.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Okay, let me tell you what's happening in terms of the weather. Nairobi, expect light rains today, highs of 20 and lows of 13. Mombasa, light rains at 27 and lows of 22. Malindi, mostly cloudy day at 28 and lows of 24. Nyeri, light rains at 13 and lows of 10. Nakuru, cloudy day at 25. Kakamega, sunny day at 27. Kampala, Uganda, sunny day at 27 as well. Lagos, Nigeria, sunny days at 28 with some rain later on. Johannesburg, South Africa, clear skies at 19 and lows of 5. In Kinshasa, DRC, clear skies at 29 and lows of 19. And if you go outside of Africa and we go into New York, clear skies at 28 and lows of 22. Whereas Paris, France, it's highs of 27 and lows of 11.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
So the roads are not looking so bad, and neither are they looking very, very good, if depending on where you are. If you are actually heading towards, if you're on Muranga Road heading towards Globe Syndrome roundabout, it's busy as you approach the roundabout, but Langata Road is not looking bad at all. Mombasa Road is not bad at all. Jagor Road and to Landis Road is not bad. Just the junction of Landis Road and Haile Selassie Avenue where it's busy. It's eased off significantly on Kiambu Road. It's now clear. And Thika Superhighway is also clear. The only issue is that tunnel at Pangani that leads out into Muranga Road and into Wangari Maathai Road. Other parts of the roads, Ngong Road, good. The James Gishuru Road is also good. Wayaki Way is good. So if there's anything that you think we ought to talk about, let us know and we'll tell everybody else. Tag us at SpiceFMKE.
Spice FM. Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
The conversation continues at 23 minutes to 9. This is a Situation Room on Spice FM, on KTN Home, and on YouTube and Facebook. Our guest is Ramona Mwari. She's the head of retail at Head of Retail and Business Banking Products at Absa Bank Kenya PLC, talking about this new product, Absa Visa Send Money, a very easy way of making payments locally and across the region. It's also convenient and affordable. That's what we're saying, right? Yes. And it's not only for people who are on Absa that can receive payments. People on Absa who have a Visa card can make the payment. Just go into the app. Again, the app, for those who do not know the app and they are Absa account holders. Yeah. Which one is it?
Yeah, so what you just need to do is a very simple process. So if you have an Android phone or you have an Apple phone, you just need to go to your Play Store or Apple Store. Just download the app. It's called Absa Kenya. Once you've downloaded it, you just need to self-register. So assuming today you didn't know that you can access mobile banking or internet banking from your account, you just need to go. You'll see a link that allows you to self-register. And once you self-register, is instant. You're able to get the app, you're able to log in. And once you log in onto the app, what happens is you can actually see all the services we offer, right from checking your balances, right from doing transfers, right from loading money from your account into M-Pesa or any other mobile money. And then, obviously, you can actually see the Visa Send Money service. So you don't need to register fresh for Visa Send Money. It's automatic, so long as you've downloaded the app. But in case you don't have a smartphone, you just need to dial *224#. If you've not registered, it'll allow you to do the self-registration process. It's quite simple. You'll just need to follow the steps and be able to get the service. And lastly, if you really want to use this service and you don't have a bank account with us, the process is very simple. You can go to our website. We have the capability for you to look at the products and services we do have. You're able to select. There's a form we'll just tell you to fill up, and then you'll get a call from one of our staff members just to make sure we can onboard you easily into Absa Bank.
Ramona, the Absa Kenya app
Yes.
already allows you to get into your account
Correct.
and make a payment directly into a till number or a pay bill, right, via M-Pesa.
Yes, via M-Pesa.
Right?
Correct.
You can do that.
Yes.
So what's the new thing that this one does? And what's the advantage of going this route with the Absa Visa
Send money,
as opposed to the other one where I can still go into my account and make payments?
Yeah, I think what we've done is, I think just looking at it from a customer perspective and saying, how do we make it easier for our customers, yeah? So a couple of things, three, four key things we've done. The process that we have and why you should use Visa Send Money is simple. The steps are easy. Just go to Visa Send Money, I send money to Eric. Or I send money to this business trader who I have his details. And what happens, the person gets the money instantly. So that is one benefit. Two is you're able to send up to 1 million shillings. So in case you've had issues
on... 1 million, just or less than 1 million?
999 for the day, yeah? So you can actually send up to that below, 1 shilling less 1 million, if I'm to use those words. And then also it's an affordable mechanism. So back to the point I'd mentioned that it's between 10 shillings to 70 shillings. It's actually very affordable for our clients. And lastly, it's a secure platform. So you don't need to get worried that, is my money safe? The card number details I'm giving out to Eric to send me money, is it safe? It is safe. Because one of the things we want to also tell our customers is, remember today when you're doing an online transaction, what happens? You key in your card number, you key in your expiry date and the 3-digit security number on the back.
Yes.
So we're telling our customers it's secure in the sense that you don't need to give out the other details. You don't need to give out your expiry date. You don't need to give out the 3 digits. So you just need to give out your card number, which is 16 digits. And I can't utilize that 16, assuming I to commit fraud into your account. I can't do anything with that 16 number digit. So pretty much that's how the customer just needs to log in and access the service. And hence the reason why we are coming here to say it's actually a much easier service. And then I think the bigger component is the element that I can do cross-border. Because what you've just explained, yes, it allows me to do the local payments, but how do I make sure I'm enhancing it? And hence the reason why we brought in this service to tell customers now you can actually, something that you thought, you're telling your guy in China who is waiting, he can only release the goods once he's seen the money. You're telling him within 30 minutes, just look at your bank account. You should have the money with you. Yeah.
What if what I am buying in China is more than what you allow me to transact in a day? What then do I do?
So what you'll have to do, because it's a daily limit and it's purely for your own security, where we've just looked at which is the ideal limit that we can give you as a client. So what you could do is, assuming you want to do 2 million, you could actually do the 1 million today and send the other 1 million the next day.
What if it's 10?
So if it is 10, okay, you'll have to send the 10 million.
So
but
there now, you're in a different league.
Yeah, and I think also maybe you need to look at it in a way that we have different solutions that speak to customers. So today, if you are sending 500,000 or 1 million, I might say, you know what, let me use Visa Send Money. But if I want to send 10 million, you could actually say, we have a product, like today we have what we call the telegraphic transfers, which is available online. And so long as you've given us instructions to increase your limits, you can actually send that 5 or 6 million that you wanted. So I think for us, Visa Send Money will solve for that customer who's looking to do transactions of 1 million and below. But for City of this, initially, remember he told us he doesn't have money, but now he said he wants to send 10 million. So when he wants to send that 10 million, he can actually use the telegraphic transfers we have.
Can't a citizen be aspirational? I mean, I'm aspiring.
Exactly, yeah.
Can an old do have money anymore?
Yeah, and then just a second point before I miss it out is we also have something called Novo FX, which still allows you, like if you want higher limits, you're still able to do the transaction. So I think basically we're just saying is we are here and we have the solution. So it's just pretty much understanding what the customer is looking for. So we'll be very clear for that customer of City type who wants to send much higher than 1 million, we'll be able to offer them other solutions that they would be looking for in the case where they want that money to all go at a go, as opposed to sending 10 times. Yeah.
So mostly that the solution you're providing is from your account holders and how they deal with merchants, mostly merchants, right?
Or
so
individuals. Yeah.
You're purchasing something online and you have, something that you want to, you want to make a payment for. Say, like you said, you've gone to Gikomba into Toy Market, or nowadays our Gikomba guys know how to go in there and they bring Gikomba close to us where we are. So the guy has brought you the Gikomba right there and you've chosen what you want and you just make payment to them directly.
Yes.
You don't have to think about, okay, so M-Pesa, limits and all. You're just thinking 1 million and below, I can actually sort you out right here, right now.
Correct.
Pay you, it's instantaneous, you go.
Correct.
Then you can also make the payments across the country.
Yes.
Now, across borders.
Correct.
Kenyans abroad. Reverse that process.
Reverse, yeah. So one of the key things you'll notice is when you look at even the statistics that come from Central Bank, diaspora remittances is actually in the last year, it's a main forex earner for this country.
Yep.
So obviously inward remittances plays a big role in the economy of our country. And the diasporas that live out there, and from the latest reports from Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I think they mentioned that we have 3 million diaspora who are out there and would like maybe to, most of the times they'd want to send money here.
Yep.
And I think when we looked at what they're doing, a number of it would say they're sending for education, for healthcare, or even for family upkeep. So what we've then done is in this process is, what we've launched right now is a capability to allow you to send money out there. Then what is in the process, and we'll be announcing it shortly, is the capability to be able to receive money inside Kenya. So we still want to play in that space as ABSA and play in the remittances space. And once we're able to go live with that, we'll be able to communicate. Yeah, I think, Eric, what is important to note is in the past, when you hear remittances, we always look at it like it's outside Africa. But one of the things we're seeing a lot happening now is intra-Africa.
Yep.
Especially on our micro SMEs or the business customers, where you want to send money to Uganda, you want to send money to Tanzania, or you're even receiving from Uganda to Kenya. So with Visa Send Money, especially with the capability now that we have for sending, we are going to tap into that inter-Africa. I want to send to Egypt. I want to send to Morocco. It makes it much easier. And I think with the open trade agreements that are there with different countries, that will then help us a lot.
Okay.
Then when we switch on the service for receiving, then it now just makes the product even much more stronger, yeah.
Let's address this. I only have a shilling account with ABSA, and the person that I'm paying is, what country did you mention? Morocco.
Morocco.
What's the currency in Morocco? That currency of Morocco.
That currency.
Okay.
City should know it.
Yes.
What?
Or go to Uganda shillings, maybe.
Yes.
UGX.
Okay.
How
Yeah.
does it, is there an exchange rate that's a standard exchange rate, or is it a daily interbank or CBK rate, or then how does that apply?
Yeah, so what we've done is when you go to the app or you go to the *224 hash, as you select and put the amount you want to send, it actually asks you what currency you want to send to. So you can choose whether it's dollar, UGX, or dirhams if it is Dubai. Yeah? Once you've then done that, is remember for cross-border, how we charge is a transaction fees that is between 10 shillings to 70 shillings. But then what we have is a forex exchange. I guess most consumers know it that a dollar let's say today a dollar is 100 shillings, what is the rate that the bank will give me? So there's what we call as forex markup that we do charge, and our rates are very competitive still in the market. We're currently at 3% of what we charge from a forex markup perspective. So meaning if the dollar is 100 shillings, will then the actual transaction that you'll be able to process at that time will be 103. Yeah, just to the dollar today obviously is not 100; it's about 117. But I'm just putting it in simple terms.
With a simplified way.
Yeah.
No,
Currency?
It's a dirham. It's a Moroccan dirham.
Oh, it's Moroccan dirham. Oh,
no, I Google searched it.
You are just trying to remind yourself.
Yeah.
I'm just being modest. We know you.
Yeah.
So it's possible then for, and that transaction will just happen seamlessly.
Correct.
From the app,
yes,
I go in there and it asks me the destination currency.
Yes.
I select Moroccan dirham.
Correct.
So what is it going to tell me? This is how much it's going to cost you in Kenya shillings. How much is going to be withdrawn from your account?
You will see, because you'd have put an absolute number.
Yes.
In terms of Moroccan dirhams, then it will show you what amount you're going to be charged in Kenya shillings. So you can almost do quickly to see what is the rate that has been used.
Okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense. What is interesting? Whenever one talks money, when you're having a discussion with an expert in the field and somebody who actually holds an office that has
senior position,
yes, and has authority. You know, authority in bank is huge. It's not small. Yes, everything seems simple and straightforward. Now, it sounds
it sounds simple.
Now, if I were to put these things into practice, are there situations, issues that I would need to consider beyond the pleasant conversation we're having? For instance, it may be that you mentioned in passing, there may be these structural technical delays that occur sometime. Okay? There may be something else that the central bank has introduced that I don't know. Okay? There may be just an issue that ABSA has with some other bank elsewhere, and so these things would be now. Can we talk a little bit about this?
That's a very good point, City. And what we've done is, the reality is there are cases where you could have exceptions, yeah? And why would exceptions happen in payments? So if I'm to simplify it, so for example, a country is undergoing sanctions, let's say US sanctions, and today you know that this country, you cannot trade with it. So obviously when you try and send funds into that country, it will be declined. So what we then try and do together with our visa partners is to make sure we educate our customers and tell them, today, yes, you can send money to these 3 billion cards, but please note, this country's ABCD, you cannot be able to send money to because of sanctions that exist. That is more or less within, the US or the UN sanctions framework, and not necessarily linked just to ABSA Bank. It'll cut across all other banks. So that process, we actually bring it forthright to yourself and tell you. You'll also have cases maybe where there are delayed payments. Maybe a bank has added like certain 2 legs of checks before they credit the funds. So maybe as opposed to the 30 minutes, it could take 24 hours. So that information will give it to you so that it's very clear that, you know what, to Ghana, I have no problem, 30 minutes. To Germany, I have no problem, 30 minutes, and the money goes through. But then there are other areas which more or less will be exceptions as opposed to the norm. But we will advise you of the same. Make sense?
No, it makes perfect sense, because one of the things that one finds, for instance, you go to a financial institution, the understanding from a layperson like myself is that it's not just the bank money, it's other people's money. So they have to be cautious, they have to be careful in the way in which they manage it.
Correct.
And then there are things that they are able to do. Now, what I want to talk about and ask is flexibility. You talked about understanding the customer's need.
Correct.
Tell me the limitations of this within a local setting. Say I want a facility. What limitations am I likely to encounter?
If you want a facility, a loan facility.
No. If I want to use this very same service,
correct,
we're still on this same topic.
Yes.
The ABSA Visa send money.
That one, yes. Personal loan, I'll talk to you after the show. Yes. Are there limitations to what one... You've talked about the limit in terms of money, but are there other limitations?
No, there are no other limitations. Actually, it is upon the client because it's upon you. The only limitation is if you don't have the digital platform with yourself. So if you don't
have the money.
or you don't have the money. But the reality is every Kenyan almost has a phone, yeah? So already the limitation of accessibility is resolved. Yeah. And so long as you're able to download the app or access our shortcode, which is the 224 hash, there's no other limitation. Obviously, the bigger limitation is if there's no money in the account. So we can't obviously process that transaction. But the benefit is we are giving you a credit card. So you might come and tell us, I really want to send money, but I have no money with myself. So we'll give you a credit card. And our credit card, as I earlier alluded to, for 50 days. The first 50 days is free. So you could, if you pay us back within the 50 days, you don't even need to incur any interest on it. Yeah.
So this actually, so it's as long as you have a Visa card, whether it's debit or credit
card,
you would be able to make the payment.
Exactly.
Obviously, debit, it depends on how much money you have in the account and how much you want to pay. With credit, it's how much you want to pay and
the amount of money we've given you, the limit.
And the limit that you've given.
Yes.
Those are the limitations.
Exactly. On the credit card side.
Yes,
exactly.
Okay. It's a good product. Has it been rolled out yet?
Yeah, so we did launch.
Has it happened automatically? So do I need to update my app?
No, it'll be automatic.
So it's automatic.
Yeah.
As long as you have the Absa Kenya app, then automatically there's a new function that's been added into it.
Exactly. So the same way today, when you download WhatsApp or you download Facebook, you'll see those upgrades that usually happen. Is it late in the evening or at night? So similar to it, you'll see your app updated and you will see the Visa Send Money functionality.
Okay.
Then you're able to do your transaction.
Okay.
Yeah.
You were about to say something before I interrupted you.
I haven't forgotten.
Of course you've forgotten. That's what happens.
I don't know what it is that, but anyway, I think I've covered what City was looking at,
Yes, you have. One of the things that I have found interesting about the banking sector, especially with Absa, I've been a client for a long time.
Which is good, thank you.
Yes.
For 100 years.
No, full disclosure, I'm a client in other banks as well. Just so that you understand, yes. But Absa is one of the longest. Now, when you create your products, do you specifically think of products, for instance, that would favor university students? There's a reason I asked this question. Those are the people who, if you start with early, you will probably have a customer for life.
For longevity.
Yes,
longevity. Yeah, so I think it's a very valid point you raise, and I think for us, even as a brand, we're trying to what we've tried to do is ask ourselves, how do you walk the journey with the customer? How do I follow you through your life journey? And I think that's what you're alluding to. And that is what we've even done. So starting from the youth, we have the Ready to Work program. I think you must have heard of it. Basically is where we go to universities, talk to students about financial matters, talk to them about entrepreneur, empower them with financial skills, so that even as they're in the campus, they need to understand, how do this little money I have as pocket money, or this money I've gotten from help, how do I manage it? So we start from there. And then once we then do that, we have student accounts, which we've then even given to our customers, where they're able to bank with us. That student account is free. There's no monthly fees that they incur, because we understand the pain the student goes through. And then as we walk the journey through it, you'll notice we have now different solutions that speak to that customer at their point of need. So when you move away from a student, what happens? You then get a job, maybe as an intern. Then later you'll move in as a graduate trainee, or maybe move it to being a lawyer and whatever. So what we've then ensured to do within that life journey is we are actually speaking and saying, what proposition do I have to offer? The other day, about 2 months ago, we launched the doctor's proposition. And what's the focus on the doctor's proposition? We actually went to schools. We went to University of Nairobi, spoke to those students who are in medicine, because that's where it starts from. Talking to them and saying, we understand doctors have a certain uniqueness. This is what we're offering. And once you're mature as a doctor and you run your own clinic, we then tell you, you know what? You have, let's say you're a dentist. There are a lot of machines that you have to get, or equipments.
But they're expensive.
I know. So we tell you we actually have asset finance solutions that actually we can help you finance your product. So I think to your point, City, is to say we make sure that we understand where the customer is, and at their life journey, we give them solutions that can speak to them. One thing also that is key on this visa send money, on the component you mentioned on students, is for us, let's say, who've sent our children to Uganda or Tanzania or to the UK, what this service allows you to do is actually send money to them. Because I'm very sure they have a card with them on the other side. So it's instant. Your child calls you, oh, Daddy, the money you sent me is not enough, and I need to top up. We have this function that I have to pay for. Instant, 30 minutes.
And
the
you're
person
done.
has the money, yeah.
Ramona, thank you very much for joining us and for educating us about these products that you have. Ramona Mwari is the head of retail and business banking products at Absa Bank Kenya PLC. We've been talking about Absa Visa Send Money. If you have an Absa Kenya app, you already have Absa Visa Send Money. Makes it very easy, very convenient for you to send money anywhere in the world. A very good morning to you. It's 9 o'clock. The conversation continues on SpiceFM.
Thank you.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. The delays in the gazettement of candidates participating in the August general election has now been apportioned to the government printer. The Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission has revealed that it delivered the list of 16,000 candidates across the 6 elective seats by June 30th this year. However, the government printer is said to have had a mechanical breakdown, which has occasioned the delay in the gazettement of candidates. The poll agency legal advisor Chris Pinawere noted that the gazette notice will be out in the recommended time, as the government printer was burning the midnight oil to ensure it is gazetted on time. Now, Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission Chairperson Wafula Chebukati has refuted claims that Ford Kenya Party leader Moses Wetangula is in any way involved in the printing of the ballot papers set to be used in the August elections. Chebukati dismissed the claims, saying they were mere political antics to taint his image. Despite acknowledging that he hails from the same region as Wetangula, the Iebc boss cautioned politicians against trying to profile public servants, for the asking politicians to focus on selling the manifestos rather than profiling the electoral officials.
About profiling members of the commission, profiling staff, and I also see an attempt by some newspapers to profile me to Moses Wetangula. Now, that is very, very unfortunate, and also those who are making those remarks. He is a Bukusu like me. We were born in Bungoma, and I think that is perhaps the reason for profiling. But as a commission, as the chair of the commission, I've never sat with an individual to discuss procurement, and I think it's very unfortunate that some leaders can stoop so long to try at this point in time to try and malign the character of the chair. I want to urge politicians, as you do your campaigns, please focus on talking to the electorate about issues and not attacking the commission, profiling commissioners and profiling the staff.
Narok Branch Cupet Executive Secretary Charles Ngeno has refuted claims that Cupet has endorsed as a mere candidate Raila Odinga. Ngeno said the National Governing Council and Advisory Council, 2 bodies mandated by the Constitution to take such decision, have not met.
We want to state that we have not sat as the National Governing Council, of which all the executive secretaries are members. We have not sat to adopt a decision. We want to say the position that, or the expression by the Secretary General, Brother Kelo Missouri, during a forum with the Azimio Deputy President Designate Martha Karua, is his personal opinion. The Advisory Council, which brings together all the executive secretaries, the chairpersons of all the branches, and the treasurers of all the branches, has also not met. These are bodies that are mandated by the Union Constitution to sit and adopt a decision.
He said the union members is drawn from both sides of the competing coalitions and have democratic right to choose which side to support.
We want to allow teachers to take their own positions. We don't want to herd teachers or to take teachers into one coalition without consulting them. We want to say that Narok, for example, is a cosmopolitan county. There are people who are supporting Azimio. There are people who are supporting Kenya Kwanza. And we want to respect that decision because it is their democratic right. It is enshrined in the constitution, and we will not want to be seen to be partisan.
He warned that the unity of the union will be jeopardized if teachers are forced to support one side of the coalition. Now, police have arrested a 23-year-old medical student at Makindu Medical Training College after he stage managed his own kidnapping and demanded for money from his parents. Edwin Kamau, who is being held at Kayole Police Station, disappeared Sunday, blocked his father's phone and then called his mother, claiming to have been kidnapped. He claimed that his kidnappers had demanded 70,000 shillings ransom to release him before hanging up on her. His parents reported the matter to the police, who immediately launched a manhunt for the kidnappers, even as Kamau continued calling his mother, claiming the kidnappers were on the verge of eliminating him. Now, former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe has collapsed after he was shot at an event in the city of Nara. Abe was shot twice, with the second shot hitting him in the back, causing him to fall on the ground. Reports say his attacker has since been arrested. Ex-Tokyo Governor Yoichi Masuze said in a tweet that Abe was in a state of cardiopulmonary arrest. The term is often used before a death is officially confirmed in Japan. Videos circulating on social media, which will not be verified, appear to show paramedics huddled around Abe in the middle of a street. He has now reportedly been rushed to hospital. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
The news on SpiceFM is brought to you by the Communications Authority of Kenya. The Communications Authority of Kenya, opening your world.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, how are the roads looking like at 5 minutes after 9? The roads are not looking bad at all. Mombasa Road is not looking bad at all. Even at this section that is at General Motors Enterprise Road intersection, nothing wrong. If we talk about the Southern Bypass, nothing wrong. Langata Road, nothing wrong. Gong Road, nothing wrong. Jogo Road, nothing wrong. Thika Superhighway, it is clear. Kiambu Road is moving well. All roads are fine. However, that is just what we are seeing. Maybe there's an incident, an accident somewhere on the road that we need to talk about. Please let us know and we can talk about it. SpiceFM KE is our Twitter handle. Tag us.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down.
It is 7 minutes after 9. This is the Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. We continue with the conversation. Eric Latiff and C.T. Muga. Ndu Okoh has had to step out and go seek some treatment because those things, they've brought issues. Tonsils. But we hope that she'll be fine. She saw our next guest on her way out, and I think they talked. And the next guest has told her what to do because the next guest is a doctor. And we'll be having a conversation with him about the state of healthcare in the coming years, judging by what our presidential candidates and gubernatorial candidates are telling us. Okay? That is the conversation we'll be having. Before we welcome him into the studio and into the show, let's hear the day's proverb.
Good morning, boys and girls.
The proverb of the day is brought to you by Aquafresh Fresh Gel.
Proverb from
Lesotho. Written Lesotho, but nonetheless, one does not follow footprints in the water.
One does not follow footprints in the water. I'm still wondering, so what exactly is the message here?
The beauty of such a proverb is it opens the conversation to whichever level you want to take it, okay?
If you want to have an impact amongst people or places where the impact will be felt and people can talk about.
Where it can take root. Yes. So the question you're asking is, if let's say, for instance, you wanted to elect a leader, right? One of the logical decisions that people make is that the person must be a local. They must come from there, meaning they have grounding, okay? Now, when you talk about the ground, as we say in Kenya, the ground speaks of the common mwananchi who inhabits that space of voting in the largest of numbers in the country.
Yeah.
Okay, now, so if you're going to influence them, what is it that you're going to do that will leave an imprint in their lives? Is it your manifesto? Is it what you've done before? Is it where you come from? Those are the footprints.
Or is it on fleeting things?
Now, that is now the footprint in water. Because it's like a mirage. Now you see it, now you don't.
You're saying that you did this, but
yes,
I mean, it was just a short while. It didn't even have lasting impact.
The imagery is wonderful because if you think about it, if you do have an imprint in water, it may be in mud or in sand, you see it. But the moment you lift your foot, in a few seconds it's gone. It's like it was never there.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, unfortunately, the promises that politicians make fall into that same category.
So this thing of, coming and donating for a funeral, it's good at that point.
Footprints.
But once you're gone, the funeral service is over, people move on. Nobody, you can't come back and say, nimechangia mazishi mingi sana in the last 5 years.
It works when the needs that people have are momentarily what is before them, and they have suffered enough to believe in anything that is long-term. So the expectations are immediate. They want instant gratification. However, given the example of the funeral, an ideal thing and one which would leave an imprint is if after the funeral you went to see the family. Okay? And say, now that this thing is over, what problems do you actually have that we can talk about? Now, then you'll be making a lasting impression because in many instances, there are children, there are people who need to be looked after. Now, that one.
That is what lasts.
The other one is a footprint in water. The other one is actually a lasting footprint.
One does not leave footprints in water.
No, one doesn't.
Brush your teeth twice a day with Aqua Fresh Gel, the secret to long-lasting fresh breath, strong teeth, and healthy gums.
Dr. Timothy Olwenyi is a Secretary General of the Kenya Association of Private Hospitals. He's been here before, he's back. Dr. good morning.
Thank you. Thanks for welcoming me back.
Good to have you in the show. Welcome again to Kenya's biggest conversation. How is Nakuru?
Nakuru is great.
Yeah?
Yes.
It's doing well?
Yes.
Nakuru City, please.
Yes.
Eric.
Yeah, you
Nakuru
better
City.
recognize
Let
that.
me get these things right.
Okay.
Nakuru
City.
Okay.
How's Nakuru City?
We're doing great. Thank you.
Dr. you're here because as the Association of Private Hospitals and, of course, people in the healthcare space, you're really concerned about what the government thinks and plans for the sector. And not just, the plight of doctors and, how much they're paid and who manages them, but access to healthcare services for everybody. Manifestos have been launched, 4 of them by the presidential candidates, more than 47 by gubernatorial candidates. They are all telling us things. Health is devolved, and that's why I'm bringing in the governors as well. From what we hear, let's look at the top level. William Ruto has pledged NHIF compulsory, build more level 6 hospitals, make sure that people have greater access to health services. Raila Odinga has said Baba Care, similar, make it easier and accessible for people to get access to healthcare services. Health is a big challenge. In fact, we'll increase the budgetary allocation to health, this, and the other. You have interrogated the manifestos, I believe.
Yes, I have.
Okay, take us through them.
Thanks again for welcoming me to my favorite show. As you say, we've got, I'll concentrate mainly on the ones for the presidential candidates because there are few enough to interrogate in a session like this.
Yes.
For starters, I think it is important for us to analyze manifestos for two reasons. If it is important enough, chances are they will think about it. First of all, they'll mention it and they'll think about it. So in general, actually, almost all the presidential candidates have got health as part of their manifestos and an integral part. You might say it is for some of them, it's just purely because it is a standard component of manifestos. Now, starting with that for the Agano Party, I'll start with the ones that will take less time. The Agano Party, I must admit there are two parties, the Agano Party and the Roots Party. I even had difficulty getting a copy of the manifestos, other than through the media. But for the Agano Party, they say they roll out universal health coverage and they give priority to cancer patients, accident victims, and all forms of medical and non-elective surgery. First of all, there are some misnomers in there, but I'll not go into those details. The radical thing that they propose is that they will waive medical bills for any person who dies in a government hospital.
Okay.
And then for any persons above 70 years, they'll get access to free medical service.
Okay.
There's not sufficient detail thereafter to be able to interrogate that further. Those are the statements they put out. The Roots Party manifesto is, of course, one that has attracted much more attention, but I don't think there's necessarily a health component to it, save for the aspect about marijuana and a possible medical, solution or medical benefit. But the marijuana proposal is more an economic perspective. So that's all that we have for the two parties. When it comes to the other parties, I think it is important to interrogate these manifestos with a view to, first of all, do they identify the healthcare system challenges we have correctly? And that's what's important for us as an association, because as we're looking at the healthcare system in general, having been in this space for a while, we know what challenges there are, and we think we know what proposed fixes will work and what will not. Then, after they've identified those problems, do they have solutions? And is the underpinning logic sound? Is it one of those that is persuasive enough that you think it's going to be a solution that works? Then there's the idea of ideological alignment. That is important because if it aligns with what their broad policy is, it is more likely to be executed. As an example, the Kenya Kwanza manifesto has got more of in fact, there's an economic transformation agenda. That's what even the manifesto is titled as. So they look at health as an enabler of that economic transformation. In as far as, of course, it is logical to say that a healthy nation, you have to have a healthy nation for you to be economically productive.
Yes.
So we're looking at health not as an end to itself, but as a means to an end, which I don't necessarily know whether that is strictly speaking correct. But at the very least, if we are healthy, we are in a better place. On the other hand, for Azimio, I did not find too much coherence in terms of in terms of the health space. There are a lot of statements that they have put out. I remember watching on a TV show in one of your TV stations the other day. There seemed to have come up a pretty academic argument as to how much detail you need to have in manifestos. And depending on which side you could see the panelists lay, some people said there's too much detail in this manifesto. That is not for a manifesto. A manifesto is a statement of intent. So all you need to do is put out but other people will argue and say, if you don't tell us how you're going to do it, how do we believe it? Of course, there's also the issue of whether these manifestos, there's a prospective versus a retrospective issue. Anybody who has been an incumbent, of course, is going to be judged based on what they've done. That's where the footprints issue comes in. I don't know whether if you are a prospective, there might not be a footprint. Of course, it depends on what position you've held before. But if it's a prospective issue, retrospective policy issues are more believable and more likely to influence voters. Because people say, based on the track record, we either expect they will do it or they will not. On the other hand, especially in Africa, I think, people don't tend to believe a lot of prospective social issues, and because they don't think, first of all, they are financially feasible. So at the end of the day, you find whatever determines how people vote is very different. However, in Kenya, we have a very interesting situation where we have a person who should have been running as an incumbent, having been in government for a while, literally running as an opposition candidate.
Yep.
And an opposition candidate
being the incumbent,
running almost as if he's an incumbent. So it is a very interesting scenario. But that is Kenya for us.
It's a good thing because it means that we have two incumbents. All right. So when we are looking at all those issues, then we are also looking at what their track record would be.
Yes.
Based on the positions of influence that they've held, not necessarily positions of power, but positions of influence. So let's start with what you started with earlier. The Kenya Kwanza.
Yes.
Kenya Kwanza promises on healthcare.
Yes.
What are the main things that Kenya Kwanza is promising?
Firstly, they talk about, in fact, both manifestos mention universal health coverage.
Yes.
Universal health coverage is an aspirational goal. Because when you look at even WHA's definition of health, it is something that is almost unattainable. When we talk about a state of complete mental, physical, and social well-being.
It's aspirational.
It's aspirational. Yeah. Because I don't think that any of us who can say at any one time they are in that state. And I remember a joke by Dr. Frank Njenga, who when he was teaching me med school, he said that especially when you get to the age of 50, if in the morning you don't feel any pain anywhere, be very careful. You must be dead. You must be dead.
check your address. Could be on the other side.
So we talk about universal health coverage. The challenge that I have, and I say I'm looking at the level of thought that has gone into this process, and I'm looking behind that and also seeing what kind of people wrote this down. There's an era a crucial era which the Azimio manifesto makes. They talk about, in the first statement under the covenant, they talk about universal quality healthcare for all. First of all, universal and for all. That is already tautology.
Yes.
Universal. So the thing is, you actually need universal health coverage. And universal health coverage and universal healthcare are two different things.
Actually,
and that's the fundamental mistake they make in their manifesto.
Let's distinguish those two.
Yes.
Coverage and care. What is universal health coverage?
Universal health coverage has got three main facets. It first talks about equitable access to all the entire range of medical services that an individual or a citizen needs.
Okay.
That is the first one. Secondly, this must be of sufficient quality to be effective. So, for example, you can talk about universal health care, where everybody is accessing care. But if it's not of sufficient quality to be effective, it doesn't meet the threshold of universal health coverage. And then thirdly, there's an aspect of financial risk protection. And financial risk protection means that people should not go endure financial hardship in accessing medical services.
Okay.
Now, again,
that is UH's coverage.
Yes.
Okay.
Care is just in terms of provision.
Care is
or access.
You go into the hospital
and there's someone
you can access the hospital and there's someone you find there.
That's what I say again on the Azimio manifesto. There's a fundamental problem because they go further to say that they are going to upscale universal health coverage to universal health care. Universal health coverage is what we're aspiring towards. So you can't say you're going to upscale from that to something that is lower down. So what I'm saying is
so it basically exposes some lack of understanding of what you are promising.
Yes. And if not, like I said earlier, if there isn't sufficient thought that goes into it, possibly it's not as important. And therefore, again, it means in terms of implementation, it might be a challenge.
There's something you mentioned. It also brings into question the individuals who wrote it. Because clearly, popular phrases that seem to indicate health for everyone, when they like it, when they need it, and when they can have it. And yet, an expert in the field would have told you, that means this, and this means that. And it's not as though the expert needed to have written it. The expert just needed to have been consulted, and they would have informed you. Now, if you're talking about a specialty field like health, and what you're offering already is looking like the cart is clearly before the horse, then you're in a bit of a pickle, wouldn't you say?
Okay. That's in the definitions of the things that they're saying.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
And then they go into specific things that they're pledging.
Yes.
Let's look at them.
in terms of
Azimio
operationalizing
now.
this,
Uh-huh.
and especially if we're talking about UHC as a the
pillar.
ultimate. There's mention, which is right, UHC and especially health as a driver of economic growth in the Azimio manifesto. There's also a mention about poverty alleviation. Poverty alleviation in itself, but and this I'll say even the Kenya Kwanza manifesto doesn't mention. There's a very direct relationship between poverty and ill health.
Yeah.
And we also have to mention that there's bidirectional causality. In other words, one causes the other and the other. So,
The
for
other causes
example,
the other.
yes. So you've got ill health, it can drive you to poverty. When you're poor, you're more at risk of ill health. So that is important because once you understand it. Now, the advantage for Kenya Kwanza on this one also is that given that the economic agenda is the main issue, you can see how they have got, first of all, the issue of poverty is more substantively addressed, and the issue of with a link to economic empowerment of the nation. So that is important. The other issue that we have, and which I think is extremely important, is when you talk about UHC as a vehicle. UHC, it's important for you to say how are you going to achieve it, because we have talked about it and we've already made some steps in that direction. So always sometimes you find, and especially if you've got if we had an incumbent, for example, running, the tendency would be to continue in that same vein. People who are running as opposition candidates would be more likely to propose radical changes. But in terms of operationalizing, it is important that, first of all, we have got the issue of equity. And there are such glaring regional disparities in terms of the distribution of resources, healthcare resources in this country, both in terms of human resources for health, in terms of the healthcare density, healthcare facility density, and also in terms of just the things that you need to be able to run healthcare services. So that disparity is there, and that is addressed again more substantively by the Kenya Kwanza manifesto.
How?
In terms of, they're saying they want to reduce regional disparities in terms of distribution. Now, there's also one key thing about human resources for health. There has been a very sticky issue since devolution came. It was implemented by the healthcare workers. The issue of devolution, and there's been push towards the Health Services Commission.
Yeah.
It is something that is difficult. It's a tough nut to crack because you already devolve these services. Those functions reside with the counties.
Yeah.
The healthcare workers are saying, just like the teachers have got a centralized employer that seems to work very well, and there seems to be, because I think the counties just didn't have the capacity to be able to handle the HR needs of the workers. But how do you reverse that? There are constitutional, legislative issues that would have to be addressed. How do you address that without being seen as being anti-devolution? Which both candidates, at least the leading candidates, want to be seen as being pro-devolution. So I think this is an issue that the Kenya Kwanza coalition has addressed only to the extent that they have said we are willing to have dialogue about. They're willing to entertain the conversation. And they have said within 100 days they'll act as mediators. Yes, as mediators in that process. So they have not gone as far as promising that they're going to fix, but they've said they will mediate and see if there are any solutions that can be found.
What is that? So, like you've said, the argument by healthcare workers is that you want to be managed nationally, and for various reasons, for promotion, for transfers, for placement, for all these things.
Yes.
But the drafters of the Constitution knew that every county will have its unique HR needs, and that that's why they created 2 boards per county. One, a county public service board, and the other one, a county assembly service board.
Yes.
So, if you have a county public service board, and it's dealing with all HR needs of the county government, what's the issue?
I don't know. Possibly on paper it is meant to work. In practice,
it doesn't.
It is just not working. And
but is it working for the other cadres of workers in the county?
But actually, more importantly, can it actually work?
What? A county public service board?
No. You see, it's not just the county board. You have a system which is supposed to have a mandate that produces certain desired results. And I'm asking the question, can they work? And if not, what needs to be tweaked for them to work?
In terms of, you're saying the county arrangement that we have, the devolved arrangement.
Yes.
I will not say, because I don't work in the public service system. I say this from hearing what colleagues have said and what has been discussed in various forums. But one thing that I do know for a fact is it is not working. And if you look at the level of industrial unrest we've had since we had devolution, in terms of the number of strikes, in terms of the labor disputes, and so on, it is evidence that there's a serious problem in that space.
Okay.
Yes.
Why I ask the question is because if you look at the private sector in the healthcare industry in this country, would you then say that the success or failures, if there are any, in the private sector have a direct correlation to what is clearly an absurd mismanagement of the health sector in the public domain?
It could contribute. And even before we had the devolution of services, of course, even then the private sector had got certain efficiencies in the system, which is what makes it attractive for the public to be able to access healthcare service in the private healthcare system.
You know why I ask is, remember, the public healthcare system has not always been the way it is now. There have been times when it works fairly well.
Yes.
But the deterioration has been immense, especially with the devolution. We've seemed to have gone from bad to worse. Just the human resource unrest, the industrial action and what have you, speaks volumes. Because these are the people who work in that industry. Now, I ask this question not because I think that there's a ready or an easy solution, but what is it then that the sort of efficiencies that we see in the private sector, because this is where the problem is, how do you then get to a point where these can be transferred? And if they can be, are there any candidates who've addressed this? Because talking about the things they're going to do, throwing figures at it, that is easy to do. But actually understanding the problem and saying this is how we want to resolve it.
I think they've only gone to the extent of listening, but there are no immediate solutions. There are no solutions that are apparent in any of the manifestos.
Then it's clear that they've all failed in that respect, because the problem of healthcare in this country is something that dogs us every single day. And you cannot tell me that somebody wants to be the president of this country, and this thing that bothers people on a daily basis, the solution you want to provide is either throwing huge amounts at it or saying you're going to talk about it. That's what the unions have been doing for the longest time. And that's why you're a secretary general. If there were no problems, you probably wouldn't have your job.
No, me, I'm not of the unions for workers in the public sector.
It's an association.
My association of private hospitals.
Believe me,
it's a union of private hospitals.
Yes, believe me, it's a union.
So beyond making general statements of saying they want to improve the working conditions of healthcare workers and possibly their remuneration and so on, there is no immediate solution that is.
So on a scale of 1 to 10, what would we give them?
On this particular.
Oh yes, health.
On this, on health in general.
Yes. You can segment and say, Azimio, this, Kenya Kwanza, the other two gentlemen.
I was hoping you wouldn't put me on the spot in terms of giving a rating.
We'll conclude with that. Let's go through everything.
We'll even ask the public to help us do that.
And then at the end, we start scoring them and giving them marks. Let's take a break. It's 9:30. Kenya's biggest conversation. Dr. Timothy Oloenyi is the Secretary General of the Kenya Association of Private Hospitals. We are talking about the various presidential manifestos and what they are promising with regards to healthcare. Are they giving us any tangible promises? Are they likely? Who's likely to deliver on the promise that they've made on paper here? That's what we're talking about. Remember the Communications Authority, CT, what does it do?
Well, one of the things that is clear about its mandate is that it is wholesome. They not only provide licensure, but they also provide oversight. Now, it's easy to take it for granted because your phone works, your TV works, everything that has to do with communication works. And yet, in the absence of the processes that the Communication Authority have a mandate over, these things wouldn't be there. But those of us in broadcasting, of course, the mandate is slightly more enhanced because we have people who listen. So the content must meet the master. It must be something that is not only reliable and truthful, but it is something that helps the community understand the environment in which they live even better. Now, this goes even as far as what happens in schools and in colleges and in our homes. So the role of the Communication Authority is right at your doorstep.
And broad, 27 minutes to 10.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Forgiveness is always conditional. Even before God,
There's nothing like unconditional forgiveness.
Government doesn't pay you pension until you retire. In fact, they have no money for you. The day you retire, they look for it.
This country is punishing many young people. These young people are more susceptible to be deceived, to be taken advantage of, and they're more susceptible to be bought off.
Let us also talk about where we want our country to go. You know, we are a population of very young people.
We're in a state of capture. The judiciary is under duress. Parliament is in the pocket of the executive. You don't sit and wait for the regime to topple itself. It will never do so.
By the way, let me tell you, these guys are so persuasive. I'm telling you, they can persuade you to sell your grandmother. I'm telling you, they can sell sand in the desert.
CT, has anybody on this program said to you as a guest, saying, "Oh, shut up, we don't want to be told what to do"? Has you ever that kind of... Has anybody been
I will not listen.
a bit of advice? Because you're working on the premise that we should all pay heed to these proverbs. It's a very suspect notion.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Hey, light rains expected later today in Nairobi, highs of 20. Mombasa as well, light rains at highs of 27. Malindi, mostly cloudy day at 28. Kisumu, mostly sunny day at 28. Nyeri, light rains at 18. Nakuru is a cloudy day today at 25. Okay, let me say, Nakuru City is a cloudy day at 25. Eldoret, sunny day at 22, and Kakamega, sunny day at 27. Kampala, mostly sunny day at 27 as well. Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, mostly sunny at 29. Johannesburg, clear skies at 19. Kinshasa, DRC, clear skies at 29. And Lagos, Nigeria, rainy day at 28. Paris, France, sunny day at 27. New York, clear skies at 28. And London, sunny day at 28.
Spice up your life.
Okay, so two things to talk about. Southern Bypass, as you head towards Mombasa Road, there's something happening somewhere just close to Mombasa Road, right opposite Ole Sereni. I don't know what that is, but it's causing some slight traffic snarl up. Again, in South Sea, just near Bellevue, heading towards the airport, something also is happening around there. But then Langata Road is the one. Langata Road going towards Mbagathi Way and that roundabout, you know, Kura is making some new interchange there. It's crazy all the way down Wilson Airport into towards the T-Mall Junction. But then after that, it moves on. The other issue is on Muranga Road coming into town. It was a bit busy as you head around Ngara, in the area around Ngara, but it's clearing off. And also the Juja Road Junction is also crazy, but it was moving. And then Westlands on Wayaki Way, just somewhere around Church Road and Safaricom area, getting into the entrance to the expressway. Some other issue happening there. Would like to know what it is. SpiceFM KE, Facebook.
Business news with Spice FM.
I'm Dennis Aseto. The government has decried the slow pace of repayment of the Weather Fund, a flagship project for Vision 2030 aimed at enabling women, youth and persons with disabilities access to finance to promote businesses. Chief Administrative Secretary, Ministry of Public Service, Gender, Senior Citizens Affairs and Special Programs Rachel Shebesh says it has been a challenge recovering the fund from the groups. Shebesh says the ministry had to employ other measures to have the groups repay to allow other Kenyans to borrow the money for their growth. Now, Kenya Revenue Authority has, for the first time in Kenya's history, hit and surpassed the 2 trillion revenue collection mark, defying the difficult economic environment brought about by COVID-19. Revenue collection in the financial year 2021-2022, which ended on June 30th, reached a new record of 2.031 trillion shillings growth compared to 1.669 trillion shillings collected in the financial year 2020-2021. The authority surpassed the original target of 1.882 trillion shillings and two other upward revenue targets revisions of 1.911 trillion shillings, which later revised to 1.976 trillion shillings. Now, Kenya's tax laws are said to be reviewed once every 5 years under a proposed national tax policy, which is seen as part of reforms seeking to grow revenue and promote predictable tax environment for business to operate. The National Treasury has declared that Kenya's revenue yield is still below the desired East African Community target of 25% of GDP, with the ordinary revenue as a percentage of GDP declining over the last 10 years from a high of 18.2% in the financial year 2013-2014 to 13.8% in the financial year 2020-2021. The provision under the draft policy is aimed at getting rid of the unpredictability nature of tax policies, which is seen as a hindrance to the country's attractiveness to investors. For Spice Business, I'm Dennis Aseto.
SpiceFM Business. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
All right, 20 minutes to 10. The conversation continues with Dr. Timothy Oloweni, the Secretary General of the Kenya Association of Private Hospitals, looking at the different manifestos and what they're promising. So some appear to have put a little bit more thought into the issue of healthcare. Others appear to just have copy-pasted and just put in words here and there. And is there any of them that is actually solid, that is saying this is what we are going to do? And just looking at it, you can see if they implemented what they have written 100%, they would actually move us somewhere.
Yes, and I'll give you an example. For example, the Emergency Medical Fund. There's been a huge debate, especially since we enacted the not-so-new 2010 Constitution now. And we talked about the right to healthcare, and especially, and that includes emergency medical services. There's been a question about who foots the bill for that. Who is the addressee of this health rights claims?
Yes.
In other words, it can't be at the expense of, for example, private healthcare providers like us. So much as we're constitutionally bound and legally bound to provide emergency services, it was proposed in the 2017, there was a health act that said you set up a fund and you operationalize it so that we can be able to disburse funds for those circumstances. This has never been done since then. The Azimio manifesto comes out clearly and says they are going to operationalize it and set it up. That is important. The Kenya Kwanza manifesto kind of calls it something else, but also kind of proposes the same thing.
So this is basically a fund which is getting money from the exchequer to go to assist those who may be unable to pay.
Yes.
And whether it's for emergency services, not for everything.
Yes.
Emergency. So you're picked up by the roadside after an accident and you're taken someone, you need to be treated immediately.
Yes.
Someone will pay that.
Yes.
A public or private facility.
Yes.
And this is the exchequer.
Yes.
Okay.
So that is important. In the Kenya Kwanza manifesto, they talk about introducing a new levy or funding it directly from government. But regardless of how this is set up, that is something we need like yesterday, because it is also going to encourage, especially people who are private healthcare providers, to provide that service, provide it freely. And for example, one of the things...
to stop denying service.
No, that we're not denying. No, I know it. Okay, let's us on a serious note. I know on occasions it happens.
Yes.
It is not something that we can condone. It is not something that is legal. It is something that we are bound to do. But the key thing is also that there has to be somebody to pay for it.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying, operationalization of this fund is extremely important. It will also encourage people to go and assist people who are at accident scenes, for example. People evacuate people from different locations, because the challenge you have now is you've got providers. If you go and be the good Samaritan and evacuate people, it's at your expense.
You're a first responder, and then you're told it's your responsibility.
Yes.
You want me to admit this person, put in a deposit and all that.
Yes.
Okay.
Then there's also the issue that I think is important in any discussion about UHC. We have to talk about what vehicles we're going to use for the realization of this. I think NHIF has already taken center stage in terms of being the vehicle that has been chosen to help realize this. And NHIF reform has to be addressed substantively. Already we had some amendments to the Act which were already operationalized. There's only one which is still controversial about the matching of contributions from employers, which is held up in court. But everything else is already legal and enforced as we speak.
Oh, but like compulsory contribution.
Yes. Now, there's the issue, and I think NHIF reform is addressed quite extensively by the Kenya Kwanza coalition. The Azimio coalition is silent on this. But so they've got a raft of proposals first to try and increase enrollment. There has been a challenge in terms of being able, for those who are in formal employment, it is mandatory. You don't really have a choice, and you get your pay net of that deduction, so it is automatic. The challenge has always been the voluntary contributors. How do you handle that? Because you have got people who are going to contribute. Unfortunately, because of what we call adverse selection, when they perceive or they anticipate they're going to need care, they'll contribute for a few months. Then after they access the care, they will default again. And sometimes for understandable reasons. Times are hard. A lot of people just can't afford it. So at the end of the day, they talk about people being, this becomes the vulnerable people. And the term indigents, I don't really like it. I prefer economically disadvantaged populations, people in the population. The government is supposed to contribute that for them. But how about the voluntary contributors who are not in formal employment? How do you enforce it? Making it mandatory is one thing. Enforcing it
is a different thing altogether.
It's a different animal. Because how are you going to start arresting people when they don't have an NHIF card? You tell them you look like...
I think so the bill was proposing denial of service for other government services.
I know you
know, like you want to go and do some land transfer, and you told you're NHIF, my friend.
No, the person who came up with that clearly didn't put sufficient thought into it. The reason I say this is this carrot and stick approach has places where it works, but something as emotive and as essential as healthcare, a more persuasive approach will bear more fruit. You see, why is it that when decisions of this nature are made, someone looks for the sort of solution that starts with a threat? Not persuasion, not inclusivity, threat. So now, the reaction then is also set. It's a threat. Okay, let's see what they can do.
Yes.
As opposed to,
defiance.
Can we find a way in which we can make this thing possible for you? Because all these intelligent people who come with these ridiculous decisions can actually put a little more thought into it and actually come up with something that can actually work. Because we're not asking them to go around the country and talk to every individual of the 50 million people in Kenya. There are ways in which you reach people. There are ways in which you can convince them. And when it's healthcare, what convincing do you need? People know they need healthcare.
That's true. Dr. Lloyd, what other reforms, because you say NHIF reforms need a more comprehensive approach. That we have had the legal reform. What other reforms are needed in NHIF to operationalize UHC?
Just to comment on what CT was mentioning earlier first, I think the key thing to shore up enrollment is actually to deliver value. There's no two ways about it. Insurance, I keep saying, is about a promise. You are insuring for an unforeseen event. If and when that event occurs, you better deliver on your promise. And that's the only way. For example, NHIF, when there were changes in the past and NHIF started offering outpatient services and they broadened the scope of the services they were delivering, there was an increase in terms of enrollment because people all of a sudden say, wow, you mean I can actually go to a private facility, I can go to a government facility and get service and not pay for it. But the challenge is, in terms of trying to ram it down people's throats that say you just must be a member because we have said you be a member, it's not going to work. So in terms of NHIF reforms, we've already talked about the issue about enhanced enrollment, but I think we just need a little more resourcefulness, especially in this resource-constrained environment we live in terms of how we're using those resources. Interestingly, the Kenya Kwanza manifesto actually says this is a budget-neutral health manifesto, health segment. In other words, they're not planning, even promising to deploy any further resources. And that's why it becomes even much more important for us to use the resources we have, get more mileage for the kind of investment that we are putting in. And that involves resources. There are certain things that we have in terms of waste, which we need to get rid of. For example, the efficiency at NHIF, I know it used to be a big challenge before, it has significantly improved. But for example, you can't be having a significant amount of the contributions going to administrative costs. You can have people contributing to have an organization they're contributing to run. It has to be that they're contributing and this is going towards healthcare. One of the radical things that is proposed in the Kenya Kwanza, or I'll say different, they talk about having seamless universal health, seamless health insurance, meaning that you've got both private and NHIF, but they propose a flip of what the current system is. At the moment, what the law says is that your private provider will take first loss. They're the ones who will pay for your bill first, and then after that, NHIF kicks in. Kenya Kwanza are proposing the reverse, which says again that NHIF is the one that is going to pay first, which means technically NHIF is paying bills for everybody in the country, and then, which I think is not right.
How does that work? Yeah.
Yes, because that is what we're trying to move away from. As a social health insurer, they need to kick in last. I think technically that is what it should be. Of course, there's an issue about people saying you're going to discriminate against me. Why are you not paying my bill purely because I've got the ability to get additional insurance, and yet I'm the one who's paying a premium? Chances are those with private insurance are actually contributing more, especially if they're in formal employment. But those are issues that you can discuss back and forth. In general, what is important is for people to be able to have access, and we have to pre-finance healthcare. In other words, people don't need to be paying for care at the point of service. Pay for it in advance so that when you need the service, you just access the service and the provider is paying for it.
It's like any other insurance. You don't pay for your vehicle insurance the day you have an accident.
Yes.
No. It's anticipatory.
Yes.
You pay for it in advance.
Yeah.
If it doesn't happen, well...
Yes. And that's the only way we can have that financial risk protection, which is one of the things in UHC that we make sure people don't go in through financial hardship in terms of getting bills. There's an interesting article someone wrote a while ago about willingness to pay and ability to pay. There are a lot of people, by the way, who are willing to pay. And the perception that they're able to pay comes from the fact that they go and sell, dispose of their assets.
Yeah.
For example, if somebody is a pastoralist and he has to dispose of half of his herd to be able to take care of medical bills, the presumption might be he's actually willing to pay. But if you look at the cost of that and going further down the road, what it means for his livelihood and his well-being, the truth is they were not able to pay.
They were not willing.
Yes.
They were made to pay.
Yes.
Kenya Kwanza has also promised to do something about the health workforce, employing more, is it?
Yes.
And building level 6 hospitals.
Yes.
But does that address the needs in the health sector?
The truth of the matter is, if you look at what WHO gives us recommendations in terms of the kind of facilities we have and the density, the truth of the matter is we actually have a sufficient health facility density, all right, to be able to provide the service we need. The challenge we have at the moment is about human resources and especially disparity in distribution and then the health commodities, the things to be used in those facilities. You can have facilities that are open and you can be able to have personnel even present, but if they don't have the commodities to work with, that becomes a challenge. And especially in the current county arrangement, for example, where we're waiting for disbursement of funds from the national
order to come.
The moment those delays come in, then you know there's delays in supplying commodities, and then you get concerns. Then how is healthcare being delivered? So I would not necessarily say that would be an immediate priority. Right now, it would be about using the assets we have, and secondly, the disparities. The other day, I listened to some people a patient, a family who were talking about being diagnosed with chronic kidney failure, and if you analyze that based on the region they came from, they were being treated for ulcers where they were in the periphery. And by the time they had to come to KNH to get diagnosed, and somebody says, wow, this is kidney failure, and then they were started on dialysis and so on. But you understand that disparity. You could have some of the assets healthcare assets that have been deployed in that area, but clearly something is not working. Because, and especially for healthcare workers, the reason why we talk about this also problem about deployment in the regions and so on, one of the arguments for devolution was that we're going to now be able to deploy healthcare workers into the periphery. So one of the worries that people have about centralizing this thing is, again, people are going to be choosing and saying everybody wants to work in Nairobi and Kiambu, because Nairobi always tends to attract the bulk of all the healthcare personnel and the specialists. And that doesn't work for us as a country. So there's a lot of things that we need to think about critically in terms of being able to deploy our healthcare assets.
But why is it that the preference is for Nairobi? It's because Nairobi has facilities.
Yes.
In Nairobi, you are guaranteed that you'll be able to work in an environment where your expertise can be put to very good use.
Yes.
Now, surely.
And also everything else.
Yes.
Other social services are available.
Yes.
You have access to good school, you have access to better roads, you have access to better housing.
You have a larger number of able-paying clients, okay? But the question is, I would ask, with the devolution, surely, is it then not, should we say, simple logic that the very thing that people come to Nairobi for can be provided for within the county setting?
That is what was envisaged, I think.
But it can't just be a pill you swallow and then things happen. I mean, it's going to take time. I'm sure you'll tell me, Daktari, younger doctors, when they graduate and they're sent out there, they're okay until they start starting families. And you're thinking about your family and your entire totality of welfare.
Yes.
And you're thinking, no, I cannot be working in Capedo with my family. So I can't take my family to Capedo. I want my family somewhere in an urban setting in Nairobi where they have access to good school, they have access to hospital, they have access to this and the other. And that is one of the reasons why that affects that distribution and the disparity caused.
Yes.
But Eric, remember, the infrastructure that the county governments were building on were infrastructure the central government had created in the first place. The question I would ask is, what have they done to enhance that capacity since we got county government?
Yes, that is
it's an interesting question.
Yeah, but I'm in agreement with Eric in as far as that's one of the main reasons why you got healthcare workers always gravitated around urban areas, and yet we've got the majority of our population in the periphery. So you can see where we've got a disparity.
We do, but then look at a different profession, teaching. The only thing that has made people run away from certain areas is
insecurity.
Precisely.
Yes.
But otherwise, people seemed very willing, and all these counties had civil servants who actually worked there.
Yes.
Without their families.
It is usually without their families. And the reason was the amenities you speak of did not exist. Now, the understanding is money has been provided so that some of these facilities, even if it's basic, within these 10 years of devolution, there should have been some improvement. So that the story we're talking about isn't the same. And we do have counties where, for instance, in the health sector, it is clear things have improved because of what they have done. 2 counties in the northeast of this particular country come to mind. But then again, why the difference is there, they're almost starting from zero because what was available was at a very bare minimum.
Nothing.
Okay.
Yes, it was next to nothing. Okay. Now, it can't be that is the excuse we use when we know that resources are expended every single year towards some of these things. And yet, the story is that we don't have them, and yet the resources were expended. If these county governments could give us a clear account of how, which they never do anyway, okay, this problem of health, which never seems to have a lasting solution, I am certain some solution would have been found. Why do I say this? The very people who have private practice and who have private hospitals are Kenyans. They went to the same universities. These are the people. Same. How is it that they are able to find a solution? Same. It isn't as though there's a training institution we want to work for government and those who want to go into the private sector. It's the same. So the solution clearly exists.
It does. As we conclude, Daktari, there's a big issue about KEMSA. Stop giving KEMSA the monopoly, or give KEMSA the monopoly, retain the monopoly. What's the issue with KEMSA, and what do you see as the future for KEMSA?
I think KEMSA, as constituted, the concept was excellent. And unfortunately, it seems to have been riddled with some, I would say...
competing interests.
Muga is a little more blunt than I am. I thought he was going to say corruption.
Competing interests.
So I think it's just, if you were to ask me, a lot of the institutions we have just need to run the way they were intended to run. I think it's an issue of just how we're running them. I don't even think we need to dismantle them as such. We just need to get the systems running the way they should. In fact, even in Kenya Kwanza, one of the ways they want to address this KEMSA monopoly issue is they talk about setting up a stakeholder managed procurement kind of organization. So that they say, for example, even with private hospitals and so on, we can procure in bulk. But this was more in light of the aspect of the rising cost of healthcare, which is one of the things that none of the coalitions has really addressed. And that's why when I talk about using the resources we have to the maximum extent, to get the maximum benefit out of them, the rising cost of healthcare, that debate must be had and comprehensively so that we bring down the health costs.
But actually, does KEMSA actually have a monopoly? And if it's a monopoly, what monopoly do they have?
I know it is.
They have a monopoly of supplying to public hospitals,
yes,
don't they?
Yes.
Supplying. But are they the ones who actually source all these things and ensure that the public gets it, or are there other people who are also involved in that process other than themselves?
Of taking to public facilities?
Taking to public facilities, they were given that mandate. Taking.
And monopoly.
And the reason is because they had the network. PEPFAR funding, because of ARVs and the like, helped the structuring of this organization to enable it to do this very same thing, so that it could be available all over the country.
Mm-hmm.
It makes sense. Supply to public, hospital, it makes sense.
Yes.
Now, when somebody says you then want to dismantle it and create something, create what? Anyway.
I think yesterday in the town hall, I heard Ruto talking about something like an OTS for the oil marketing companies. So all of you suppliers, you bring in all your needs. I mean, all you facilities bring all your needs together, and then we jointly procure in bulk. So it ensures that the public one, KEMSA, plus all the other privates are all competing and bidding. And the one with the lowest bid then is given. Let's conclude the conversation, Dr. Ari. Thank you very much for joining us. As we talk about all this, we also remind ourselves about election bill norma, which is, let's go into this poll, let's avoid any form of violence. I'm sure you can tell us in a word or two the burden of violence to the health system.
Yes. I'll give an example in 2007. And I'm talking about being in Nakuru at that time. When post-election violence broke out, for the first time in this country, we had wards that were segregated based on party affiliation and ethnic origin.
Wards?
Yes, as opposed to gender, which is the usual, or age, where you talk about pediatric wards and so on. It got as bad as you will not have a surgeon from a certain ethnic group or an anesthesiologist from a certain ethnic group take care of you. There's a patient who told me once, kama nitamalizwa, wacha nimalizwe nikiona.
Wow.
They are not going to go into theater. And that just tells you the level of animosity, the level of mistrust which we got. Talking about, again, violence, and I go back to the issue again of emergency medical fund. You can imagine in those circumstances the number of people whom we took care of, all right? People come in with all manner of injuries, and there's even no time to query or discuss how is it going to get paid for. You take care of it. But the truth is we were left holding the bill. So just to re-emphasize what you have said, we cannot go down that road again. And at the end of the day, someone I read a phrase the other day where they said that politics is the art of guising your personal aspirations as public interest. At the end of the day, we have to focus on the fact that Kenya is going to be there after. The truth is, life is going to go on, and regardless who wins this election, the truth of the matter is, short of interrogating and holding them to account as to what their policies were and telling them, hey, your manifesto here, are you delivering on it? That's what's important. But all the other issues that we seem to worry about, not important.
Not important.
Yes.
Very well put. Dr. Timothy Olwenyi, Secretary General of the Kenya Association of Private Hospitals, thank you for coming. And as usual, the door is open. Karibu tena.
Thank you very much.
It's 1:01. Have a lovely weekend, folks. We'll be back on Monday. Good morning.
Abe has been delivering a stump speech with security present, but spectators were able to approach him fairly easily. Footage broadcast by NHK showed him standing on stage when a loud blast was heard, with smoke visible in the air. We are following up on that developing story, and will bring you the latest in our subsequent news bulletin. Chief Justice Martha Koome is calling for an urgent action and major steps by all duty bearers to work concertedly to respond to cases of human trafficking which are now becoming widely prevalent